Chapter 9, 76 Battle of the Flesh. Wang Wei arrived at his destination, the Star Beast world. As soon as he arrived at his destination, numerous shockwaves attacked him. These attacks were not directed at him, but the residual force from many people battling it out. He looked around and immediately noticed something different. This place was full of destroyed planets, galaxies, stardust, scattered black holes, and torn-apart nebulas. However, this was not the most noteworthy aspect. No matter how much things were destroyed, they would slowly recover. Secondly, the terrifying power in the distance was contained in a certain limited area. Is this a void battlefield? Thought Wang Wei before using his divine sense. He was correct. They were now in a separate pocket dimension that was extremely sturdy, allowing even the best Eternal Supreme to go all out without affecting the Star Beast world. Wang Wei noticed something and looked over. Something enormous was looking at him. For a moment, he thought it was the Eye of Heavenly Tao. "You're finally here," said a grand and encompassing voice. As soon as this creature spoke, a potent sound wave echoed in the surroundings, instantly annihilating more than a dozen galaxies that still remained. "You called, so I came," said Wang Wei. "You're too small. Can you increase your size?" Wang Wei wanted to tell him to reduce his size. However, considering he was in the midst of battle, he agreed. He controlled his flesh to grow billions of light years in size, reaching the same height and size as everyone fighting. Wang Wei could not finally see the entire situation. 13 immortal sovereigns surrounded Mu Lei. Meanwhile, he only had 7 people on his side. With one glance, Wang Wei could tell 2 of these allies were members of the Star-Lord Mountain, and the others were probably allies. The Myriad Emperor world is truly weak compared to the rest of the world, thought Wang Wei after seeing so many immortal sovereigns. The Star Beast world had an advantage in the immortal path when compared to many other worlds. Their cultivation systems involve tempering their bodies, and it's the kind that relies on massive body size. It's a normal fact that the stronger the body, the more energy it can contain. As such, when members of this world become immortal venerables, the starting point of their immortal venerables is extremely high, needing less time to accumulate enough immortal chi for the next tier. So, it was not surprising that this world had 20 immortal sovereigns. Wang Wei believed this number would have been higher if not for the balance mechanism that secretly kills or seals these Tier 11 powerhouses. Mu Lei's current situation was not ideal. He was fighting more than 5 immortal sovereigns and losing. His teammates did not fare any better, as they also had to battle more than one opponent at a time. If not for the terrifying resilience of the Star Beast body, these people would have long been killed. "So, are you ready to pay the price for asking me to act?" asked Wang Wei. "Of course. Otherwise, I would not have contacted you," replied Mu Lei with a sigh. He had experienced many in such a short period and realized many things. Now, he was ready to end things. "What do you want me to do? Kill them or seal them?" continued Wang Wei. "You can kill him, but leave the others alive," replied Mu Lei, pointing to a towering figure that was red all over his body. His eyes contained 10 ancient stars rotating around each other. He did not hide his killing intent. "What did this guy do?" asked Wang Wei, wondering why the usual relaxed Mu Lei had such a terrifying killing intent. However, Mu Lei did not answer and said, "Let's talk later." "All right. Do you want a final blow?" "If I could, I would have done it already," said Mu Lei with a helpless sight. So Wang Wei nodded. Everyone was confused about this strange conversation. However, no one dared to intervene and say anything. As soon as this gray-haired man appeared on the battlefield, everyone had a strange feeling. It was like a heavy weight on their chest that could not be removed no matter what. These people have lived long enough and are powerful enough to know when to trust their instincts or gut feelings. Wang Wei looked at these immortal sovereigns, and magical circles appeared above their heads. Immediately, countless immortal lights flashed from their colossal bodies, but it was useless. In an instant, 12 of these people turned into small crystals. Wang Wei handed these seals to Mu Lei before focusing on the last remaining individual. "I wanted to test the strength of my flesh for a while, so let's use you as my punching bag." The red-skinned immortal sovereign's face became ugly. He saw how easily this new intruder dealt with his allies. "Muley, what about your oath?" Muley looked at him, but did not say a single word. He looked at his companions and said, "Let's go." He disappeared from the void battlefield, leaving Wang Wei alone. "Are you ready?" asked Wang Wei, who waited a few seconds before rushing toward his opponent. Boom! Their fists clashed, and the red-skinned immortal sovereign, whose name is Jiang Bi, took a dozen steps backward. However, with his size, these few steps took him millions of light years from a normal human's perception. "Hey, I've been looking forward to this battle. So, you better take it seriously, or your death will be very tragic," said Wang Wei, sending shivers down Jiang Bei's spine. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before confronting the latter a second time. His tactic was simple and barbaric, fist to fist, flesh to flesh. Golden armor. As these two titans clashed, a golden energy armor appeared around Jiang Bei's fist, allowing him to protect his hand while also offsetting the force behind Wang Wei's attack. "Yes, this is what I want, what I've been longing for since I proved the Tao," he thought as he unleashed billions of fists in nanoseconds. He heard the sound of something cracking, and the golden light around his opponent's body disappeared. He took this opportunity to punch Jiang Bei's head. The latter reacted in time as his eyes turned into what resembled star cores, but much larger. A laser eye attack tried to stop Wang Wei's punch. Sadly, his defense was simply otherworldly, so a magical scene appeared. Jiang Bei's head exploded, but he created a big bang explosion in the process. In a matter of seconds, a new universe appeared in this void battlefield, expanding beyond the observable universe on Earth. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he noticed a unique aspect of the Star Beast world system. Their regenerative ability did not originate from having endless vitality to regrow body parts. Having absolute control over the body and being able to regrow any missing part with enough energy, or having control over concepts that prevented death. The source of their regeneration was their body size. Every time a Star Beast cultivator dies and regenerates, their body size will shrink until it returns to normal size. As such, the bigger their sizes, the more difficult to kill. The world of cultivation is truly wonderful, thought Wang Wei as he continued his assault. His previous attack only took a few 100,000 light years from his opponent's body, meaning it was barely counted as a serious injury. Big Bang Fist. Wang Wei punched forward, condensing all the sheer strength his body contained from his 76 infant fiend god force into a singular point. This attack was extremely concentrated, appearing in the form of a collapsing black hole in front of his fist. Force absorption spell. Jiang Beihen would not take this loss or accept his death. So he mobilized all the immortal chi inside his body to cast the perfect spell for this occasion. Boom! His body turned into space particles before reassembling itself. He had drastically shrunk, but now was no time to worry about such a thing. Different civilizations will develop differently even with the same ideas and concepts, thought Wang Wei. The way the immortal path battle is similar to mages, using the diversity brought by immortal chi and spells. However, the main way of battle in the Star Beast world is close combat or the battle of the flesh. As such, even after becoming immortal venerables and sovereigns, they only use spells to support their flesh. Heaven Punishment. Jiang Bi went on the offensive, summoning purple-black lightning to destroy his opponent. However, Wang Wei happily fought the thunder with his flesh despite knowing his opponent's true motive. As expected, Jiang Bi took this opportunity to access foreign energy to help him heal his injury. In the end, his body regained a small portion of the size it had lost. "You know this won't change anything, don't you?" said Wang Wei. "Your arrogance will be your downfall. Don't worry, I only act arrogant in front of the right person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 977 Battle of the Flesh 2. Pseudo-energy dominance. Jiang Bi took out a small orb releasing a terrifying amount of energy into the void battlefield. The universe he accidentally created was immediately in shambles as trillions of galaxies crumbled under the pressure of such a vast quantity of immortal chi. Even the entire void battlefield seemed under a lot of pressure, as if the boundary that separated it from the Star Beast world was on the verge of being destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he was in a quagmire. His blood energy was not operating as smoothly as it used to. His soul seemed slightly groggy, and he could tell that even controlling his Grand Tao source would be an issue. Energy dominance, one of the few saving grace of the immortal path, thought Wang Wei. People have seriously underestimated the power of qi or energy. There's a reason it's one of the modules of the world. No one and nothing can completely escape the need for energy. If someone could control the energy needed for an entire chaos world, they would ascend to the level of half-step transcendence. If they could do it on a scale on par with the entire chaos universe, such a person's lowest achievements would be on par with the 6 cardinals. It's true that Grand Tao favors the other path, but it does not mean the immortal path is useless or does not have a way forward. Analyze Wang Wei before focusing on his opponent. It's time for me to test out some of the new techniques I recently created. Let's see how much longer you can remain arrogant, sneered Jiang Bi. He remained calm despite the situation because he saw an opportunity to survive. The strange youth is only using his flesh to fight him. So, as long as he takes this opportunity, there's a chance for him to escape this place. Afterward, he only needs to ascend to the upper dimension. As for the oath he made to protect his faction for the rest of his life, he would deal with the situation after ascending. Life is the most important. There is hope for the future as long as he is alive. Wang Wei no longer talked. He controlled his acupoints and used a new technique. The phantom of the legendary creatures called Kunpeng appeared behind, showing its majestic wingspan. Swish! Before Jiang Bi could react, Wang Wei was already before him. Another phantom materialized behind him, and it was of a phoenix. Bang! The fist landed on Jiang Bei's head, sending him flying in the distance. However, the force of this attack was not the truly deadly aspect. It was the immortal phoenix flame that was rapidly burning every atom of Jiang Bei's body. His already red skin turned even brighter, but he did not care for such an insignificant change. One of the weaknesses of Star Beast bodies is attacks that cannot be removed and constantly burning away their flesh and size. Luckily, the world civilization has developed for a long time and has developed countless countermeasures for such a situation. Flame's sealing spell, Jiang Bi acted instantly and sealed the flame on his body. Sadly, in such a short period, he lost more than 1,000,000 light years of his body. Additionally, Wang Wei was not given any time to react. Like previously, he appeared before him like he was a ghost. Even with the severe restrictions of the surrounding, Wang Wei's speed was beyond what he could follow. The phantom of a mighty black tortoise appeared behind Wang Wei as he punched his opponent. Jiang Bi felt a terrifying force invading his inside and destroying his organs and all the energy inside his body. The power of the black tortoise? He thought. Amongst all the 5 sacred beasts, the black tortoise is the largest and the physically strongest. Today, he felt the creature's power from that punch. Sadly, this was not the end. A terrifying rotating power emanated from the fist, rapidly grinding his body into dust. The rotation of yin-yang power? Jiang Bei's face was ugly, but he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Scattered atom, his body dispersed to its atomic components before reassembling themselves in the distance. Jiang Bi looked at his opponent with great concentration. However, Wang Wei was nodding in satisfaction. Based on the Zodiac Acupoint technique, he created a new fleshly body technique using innate demon gods and other powerful creatures as a basis. For example, he replaced the Rabbit Zodiac, which increased speed for the Kunpeng manifestation, allowing his speed to reach another level. With this new technique that he called Myriad Spirit Manifestation, he broke through the limit of the Zodiac technique. Of course, he did not abandon all of them. For example, the Dragon Zodiac. He did not want to lose its ability, and Wang Wei had not met a creature with the same as it, so it remained in the new update. Wang Wei looked at Jiang Bi. I know you have more potential than this. Don't let me down. Behind him, a creature that looked like a scorpion with a human head appeared, followed by lightning and thunder emanating from its body. Primordial God, Thunder God. Wang Wei's body turned into a lightning streak as he penetrated Jiang Bei's body over and over, turning him into Swiss cheese. The immortal sovereign tried his best to stop his opponent, using countless defensive spells to protect him or spells to reduce his opponent's mobility, but it was futile. In the end, he could only watch as his boa's size drastically reduced for the next minute until Wang Wei stopped. Immediately afterward, Jiang Bei's face changed as he sensed a foreign force inside his body. Dao will. Wang Wei calmly looked at his opponent. So, that's what Dao will do to your strange body. He could feel that his opponent could no longer use energy to regrow his body until the Dao will was removed. In other words, Jiang Bei's current size was his limit until he expelled the Dao will from inside. Wang Wei felt this Star Beast world's cultivation system truly had its uniqueness. Although he did not like it, there was a reason their world was one of the best in the endless void. Jiang Bei's eyes were red, full of anger and madness. His aura suddenly increased, becoming more wild, violent, and uncontrollable frowny face rampaging mode. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized what had happened. Jiang Bi exploded all the immortal qi in his mansion to boost his power and strength. His power did drastically increase. However, he lost the ability to cast spells, and his immortal mansions will definitely crack afterward, and even be destroyed if this fight goes long enough. After this battle, Jiang Bi will no longer have immortal tier battle prowess and must use a lot of effort and resources to heal his immortal mansion. This technique is not replicable by other immortal venerables unless they also have a powerful body. Otherwise, the rampaging immortal qi will instantly annihilate their bodies and souls. Even worse, the immortal mansions of most immortal path cultivators are not sturdy enough to withstand such a technique. Swish! Jiang Bi appeared before Wang Wei, speed blitzing him this time around. With one punch, Wang Wei's humongous body flew away as his arms exploded into a pile of nothingness. He destroyed too many things in his way, but he did not care. On the contrary, he had a wide grin on his face. This was the first time he was injured since proving the Dao. Although it was only a blood clone, and he was only fighting with his flesh, he was happy with the outcome. So, his laughter resonated through this void battlefield. Haha, let's go again. He clashed head-on with Jiang Bi, ignoring how often certain body parts exploded into oblivion. He did not care since his natural regeneration was already monstrous enough, but he also had the Phoenix manifestation, which could help him. So, he went all out without any reservation. He had an enjoyable battle that allowed him to see the limits of his current flesh cultivation and even push them beyond them. Alas, said Wang Wei, looking at the weak and pale Jiang Bi. He sighed as he wished the latter could hold on a lot longer. It doesn't matter. I will recreate him in the dream world and continue our fight, thought Wang Wei before focusing on something else. My experiment failed. Wang Wei had a second purpose for this battle. He used his arrogance, behavior, and words to force Jiang Bi to try something crazy, like using his true power as a Tier 11 powerhouse. His real objective is whether true heavenly Dao would remove the restrictions on an immortal sovereign when fighting him, allowing them to have the same strength they would have in the upper dimension. Unfortunately, nothing happened during the entire battle. There are 3 ways to explain the situation. True heavenly Dao will keep the rules no matter the circumstances. It did not allow for any changes because I fought with a blood clone, or it will wait until a later date before removing the restrictions. If immortal sovereigns have access to their real strength, it will make many of Wang Wei's plans more difficult. As such, he needed to be prepared in advance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 978, First Queen. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes again, focusing on the battle between his clone and the immortal sovereign. He looked at his smiling face and followed soon. It should be about time. Luckily, it won't bring her much trouble, thought Wang Wei, hating the fact he had to rely on others for protection. However, he did not deal with the issue for too long as he sent his divine sense to the conferred god list in the heavenly court and changed something. A new name appeared in one of the positions. This should have fundamentally changed the state of the world, but no one knew, and no visible changes could be detected. So, he closed his eyes and listened to the sermon without wasting any time. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong opened her eyes from her cultivation room, feeling her destiny had changed. Queen Mother? A destiny related to the heavenly emperor karmic position? She took a moment to deduce the changes that occurred to her. So, that's what he did in the lower dimension? The Sword Empress did not mention much detail, probably not knowing much herself. However, she knew his actions greatly impacted the upper dimension's Tao opening sect. Wu Hong raised her hand as merit descended from the sky into her hands. She immediately frowned as she sensed a terrifying gaze full of malice. Luckily, another power came and blocked this gaze. Otherwise, she felt she would have died. Is the difference so vast? Thought Wu Hong, sighing deeply. In times like this, she regretted not taking these lesser methods. However, she will not dwell too long on this kind of useless emotion. With this merit, I can accelerate my healing time, she thought, looking in the distance. I guess I will owe him some karma. She closed her eyes and continued her retreat. Time was not waiting for anyone, and the world was rapidly changing. Her current situation was not ideal for the upcoming catastrophe. She wanted to return to her peak as soon as possible, even if such an attempt was very risky in the current political landscape. Star Beast World, Void Battlefield. Wang Wei's clone looked at the weakened Jiang Bi and exhaled. This battle was enjoyable, but all good things must come to an end. He raised his hand and slapped down. No, you can't kill me. I am. The Dragon Zodiac attack instantly annihilated his soul and colossal body. Normally, Wang Wei would have used this man as a resource. After all, although it's arduous to remove the brand in an immortal sovereign's immortal chi, it's still possible after much effort. However, considering this man has some personal connection with his business partner, Mu Lei, he decided to give him a clean death. Wang Wei raised his hand to look at this void battlefield. With a swipe of his divine sense, he reverse-engineered how it was created. As expected, this one is different from the battle spirit world, he analyzed. The one he saw in that world was empty in a dimension with extremely reinforced space walls. However, the one in the Star Beast world contained some of the ability to regenerate matter and would create a universe once it was given enough time to rest and recuperate. This change seemed to result from aesthetic choices and the difference in laws between each world. Regardless, it's worth learning from my battlefield. After analyzing this, he had a schematic of refining his void battlefield. So, he sent a message to Sword One in the commercial hub to look for certain rare materials that would aid in the process. Finally, he took a step and appeared in the Star-Lord Mountain, where Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing waited for him. The three quickly got into the atmosphere, mostly because Mu Lei was extremely open-minded and did not mind the vast difference in strength between him and Wang Wei. Well, at least he did not show it. So, are you going to tell me the story between you two? Asked Wang Wei, who was served wine instead of tea. Why do you sound like a girl who wants some juicy gossip? Said Mu Lei. Hey, it's not only girls who enjoy gossip, replied Wang Wei with a sneer. Don't change the subject. Mu Lei sighed as he gulped his wine. The story is very cliché. I met a close friend, and we became sword brothers. However, as you know, he was also my competitor in this battle. So, we made an oath to ensure we can compete fairly in the final battle. Unfortunately, this was the beginning of the recent events. Mu Lei began to drink again. A slightly desolate look appeared in his eyes. Luckily, the quiet Tong Ruobing held his hand underneath the table, so he smiled at her. In this generation, our sect was very hostile toward the Jiang clan. almost causing an all-out war. My sword brother did not want this, so he convinced our two factions to make another oath not to kill each other's family members. With this oath, I thought the Jiang clan was the perfect ally after I secretly created the court. Who knew? Their ancestor betrayed me, leading to the previous battle. As for the oath, he found a loophole since he was not the one killing me. With this short conversation, Wang Wei understood many things. Mu Lei could not be like him and immediately show the existence of the court after creating it. Instead, he probably followed Tong Rubing's advice and secretly found allies through sharing benefits and maybe intimidation. Then, once the majority of factions with immortal sovereigns become their allies, they officially establish the Heavenly Court. Sadly, the Jiang clan's betrayal alerted these factions in advance, and out of greed, they banded together to suppress Mu Lei and the Star Lord Mountain to take control of most of the court's power. So, what happened to your sword brother? He was ashamed after what his family did and did not dare to see him. So he sealed himself. Wang Wei looked at him, but did not say anything despite guessing this was a lie. The cultivator world can be extreme regarding certain things. People are fickle. Fathers and mothers can sell their children for the right benefit. However, some people are extremely loyal, earnestly taking their oaths and friendships. So, Mu Lei's sword brother probably took his family's betrayal as his own, and he tried to kill himself to redeem himself before his brother. Finally, Mu Lei saved him and sealed him to prevent him from doing such a thing. The latter's thinking is probably that time was the best way for his sword brother to process this event and accept the result. So, are you guys prepared to establish the court officially? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I've already convinced Heavenly Tao to allow me to take the position, and my sect has refined the court. I only need an official ceremony. The position will be mine. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Mu Lei was not himself, so he could not forcefully seal Heavenly Tao to get the position. Otherwise, there would be catastrophic results as Heavenly Tao tried everything to revolt. So, when he allowed them to use his idea, he also suggested conversing with Heavenly Tao and convinced it of the benefit. In that case, let's discuss my share of the pie. Now that he appeared and helped Mu Lei reverse his situation, according to their agreement, he will have an even greater piece of the share. Additionally, they also must pay for the merit-proving method, for Tong Ruobing to prove the Tao. After a few hours of discussion, everyone came up with a satisfactory remuneration. After the process, Wang Wei was smiling brilliantly, while Tong Ruobing looked at him as if she wanted to stab him. Only Mu Lei had a nonchalant attitude. According to him, the future benefits will outweigh the current loss, so why make a fuss? By the way, added Wang Wei, according to my predictions, your status as Queen Mother will not be enough to prove the Tao immediately. Do you want a loan with an interest of 5% to expedite the process? No, thank you, said Tong Ruobing instantly. According to her calculations, she will be the second Queen Mother of the world, making this an achievement to be remembered, thus increasing the merit she will receive. And if her predictions are correct and Wang Wei's wife has ascended, then she will be the first queen in the lower dimension. As such, it won't take her very long to receive the merit from her position to prove the Tao. Getting a loan was not worth it when she only needed to wait such a short period. Plus, she has other ways to accelerate the process. That's a shame, said Wang Wei. He wanted to make even more profit. Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes after seeing his expression. She had never seen a man who was so focused on making a profit, not willing to make a loss in anything. All right, let's get started, said Mu Lei, showing his perfect white teeth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 979, The New Rules. Heaven above, I, the Cosmic Thunder Emperor, today create the heavenly court to regulate the world and bring prosperity to all sentient beings. Mu Lei's voice echoed through every planet, star field, and galaxy of this world, sounding like a whisper to everybody's ears. Then, a projection of his heavenly court manifested above the sky, and everyone could see it. Cosmic thunder? Cosmic should be from the star-related system. His name is Lei, which also means thunder. Did he also choose thunder as his Tao because of this? Analyzed Wang Wei before looking at this world's heavenly court. The aesthetic was completely different from his, having a more starry sky, feeling than his court's ethereal, noble, and immortal atmosphere. The court was designed to be more suitable for this world. I could add a similar aesthetic to my court, making it more beautiful, thought Wang Wei, feeling his court should be the most beautiful since it's the orthodox one. While he was deep in thought with his interior design project, Mulei summoned every major faction in the Star Beast world for the first meeting. Wang Wei did not attend, but looked at things from the shadows. Mulei sat on his throne with Tong Ruobing sitting by his side. Wang Wei noticed some people giving her side eyes, including members of the Star-Lord Mountain. Wang Wei did not take long to guess the reason. Some people were dissatisfied with Tong Ruobing as Mulei's partner. Previously, they supported this marriage because she had the potential to be an eternal emperor, but she failed in her battle. Of course, the defeat is not the main reason for this change of heart. After all, Tong Ruobing's talent still exists, and with Mulei's help, she has a high chance of proving the Tao to the next generation. However, the creation of the court and the position of Queen Mother involved great benefits, including an opportunity to use merit to prove the Tao. As Wang Wei prevented Tong Ruobing or Mulei from revealing the content of the technique, this opportunity became even more valuable. So, some people did not want to go to her, probably even asking Mulei to choose another Tao partner, most likely someone from their factions. The meeting continued, and the first thing Mulei did was to display his power to these factions. He showed them the sealed immortal sovereigns, using them as leverage to have absolute control over the court. Mulei was not greedy and followed Wang Wei's model to share the benefit with everybody else. He also followed the same model. The court's position was not hereditary, and someone could take the throne in each generation. He mentioned how only first-class emperors could take the position, but Mulei did not mention anything after leaving a test to determine whether an emperor was worthy. He did not have Wang Wei's prestige, so he could not be as arrogant as him. Otherwise, the Star-Lord Mountain would suffer from backlash after he leaves. Mulei did not mention much about the position of regents when there were no first-class emperors in the world. Very smart move, thought Wang Wei as he figured out Mulei's tactic. The latter knew the limitations of his strength and lack of prestige, so he planned to buy himself time to increase his strength. Mulei was someone with great, untapped potential. So, with the help of the Heavenly Emperor's position, his strength will drastically increase in the next few thousand years. Once he is powerful enough, and with Tong Ruobing's help, he can act semi-arrogant like Wang Wei, determining the position of regent and even the test to determine the next Heavenly Emperor. And before he achieves these goals, he will use the immortal sovereigns as his hostage and blackmail material. Wang Wei watched the god-conferring ceremony. The Star Beast world was different, so there were a few differences from the Myriad Emperor world, despite Mulei also dividing it into 10 main positions. Positions like the god of space, stars, suns, and moons were invaluable compared to their counterparts in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he must control these positions, ensuring they go to the Star-Lord Mountain and his allies who stay by his side during times of adversity. Wang Wei watched everything, including the process of receiving the merit. He closed his eyes, sensing something. He felt the destiny and luck associated with his Heavenly Emperor era bloomed with a new light of prosperity. As the founder, his luck and merit reached another level. Yes, the lower dimension's future is for every heaven world and world community to enter the Heavenly Emperor era. By then, true Heavenly Tao would not have to use much power to properly ensure the lower dimension functions. All that power can then be focused on dealing with supreme unity. Wang Wei could not fathom how much benefit he would receive in the process. However, what truly matters is he can weaken his current greatest enemy, supreme unity. In this battle of half-step transcendence, His ability can play a role no matter how small. Wang Wei suddenly felt a terrifying gaze full of killing intent. It was extremely brief before disappearing, but it made his heart literally skip a beat. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky before sneering. He did not have any personal conflict with Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, the latter was his enemy due to circumstance, so he would treat him like he did all his enemies, ruthlessly destroying them at all costs. Wang Wei ignored the previous sensation as he closed his eyes again, feeling the changes in heaven and earth. My prediction was correct. True Heavenly Tao has established new rules for becoming a Heavenly Emperor. It seems to be a trial. From now on, no one can use his or Mu Lei's method to sit on that throne. Emperors must pass a test from True Heavenly Tao to hold the karma position of Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after dividing the test. There was no limit on strength, so technically, even a third-class emperor could become a heavenly emperor based on True Heavenly Tao standard. However, such a class of emperor cannot bear the power of a heaven will world. They would be paralyzed if they took the position as they tried to share more burdens for Heavenly Tao. So, if a third-class emperor wishes to hold this position, he or she must give up most of his or her powers and share a small burden with Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei focused on the other rules of the test. There's a need for a certain level of Tao heart. Karma cannot be too negative, and temperament cannot be too extreme. Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, immortal sovereigns, and insurgents cannot be official, Heavenly Emperor. Is this rule because I left the position of regent for the Tao opening sect? Thought Wang Wei. These other paths of immortality cannot sit on the throne officially, but they can serve as regent during generations when no worthy emperors appear. Wang Wei did not dwell too long on this subject, as he had three main rules remaining. The first one involved foreign emperors. People from other world communities can become the heavenly emperor in a foreign plane, but the test they take will be 10 times more challenging. Furthermore, that's only if they have not wasted their 2 attempts. So, each person has 2 attempts at the test. When was True Heavenly Tao so generous? Thought Wang Wei before acquiring the answer to his question. An emperor can try again after failing the first test, but the second test will also be exponentially more difficult. Furthermore, if a person fails the 2 tests, they cannot go to another heaven will and try again. The rules are strict but also leave room for maneuvering. Thought Wang Wei, thinking of his situation. A great emperor could pass Heavenly Tao's trial, but fail the one he left. Such an emperor cannot sit on the throne, even though heaven and earth technically acknowledge them. The same can apply to other world communities if a powerful great emperor appears and leaves their mark on the court. The Heavenly Emperor era will be prosperous beyond anything people can imagine. If I confuse my existence with the word Heavenly Emperor, I can imagine how difficult it would be to kill me. Eternal emperors from the lower dimension have another advantage: it's difficult to interact with the lower dimension. As such, when killing them, there will be some restrictions or interference because of the world's rules. This advantage will be magnified on Wang Wei once he succeeds in his plan. Wang Wei smiled after thinking about this. Things have been going smoothly recently. I should be more careful in case my luck is too prosperous. His eyes squinted as he waited for the meeting to end. He still had a few finishing touches to make before returning home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 980, Another Merit Opportunity. The meeting soon ended, and Mu Lei and Tong Ruobing walked into the back garden where Wang Wei was fishing. Without looking at them, he asked, "How does it feel, sitting on the throne?" "Invigorating," said Mu Lei. "Also very addictive." He was confident in his Tao heart, but even he felt a sense of losing control after realizing how much power he had. Such a power should not be spread lightly, warned Mu Lei. He also realized the lower dimension was about to change, entering an era where everybody competed to become Heavenly Emperor. Great emperors are still human with 6 desires and 7 emotions. so they cannot escape the desire for power and glory. As such, he knew the endless void would soon be in turmoil. If you can think this, do you think true heavenly Tao won't? True. Have there already been changes? Asked Tong Ruobing. Yes. There is a new order, and people must pass true heavenly Tao's trial if they want permission to establish a court. So fast? I thought there would be a few more before the rules changed. Wang Wei stopped fishing and looked at her. Were you planning to sell my ideas to others? Of course not, replied Tong Ruobing. She was not this stupid, especially knowing what kind of person Wang Wei was. Really, I just thought true heavenly Tao would be slow to react. Well, at least, not until the third heavenly emperor appeared. Wang Wei moved his head while nodding. He also had similar thoughts as Tong Ruobing, thinking a few more would appear before the new rules manifested. You remind me that the news of the court won't be a secret yet because of your world's connections to the Commerce Hub and other world communities. I should take precautions to protect my idea. Wang Wei looked in the distance as he activated one of his old abilities. Emperor words are law. I cast a curse of suffering. Anyone who becomes a heavenly emperor in this generation will suffer for eternity until they pay me compensation for this idea and changing the era. Bodum. The entire lower dimension trembled slightly, almost undetectable by most sentient beings. Then, a terrifying curse enveloped the entire endless void, attaching itself to the concept of the heavenly emperor. Mu Lei was speechless, not only because of what Wang Wei did, but because of the latter's strength. He could feel this curse enveloping the entire lower dimension in a matter of seconds. How can these people use my ideas without paying a patent fee? Said Wang Wei with a sneer. What's a patent? Asked Tong Ruobing, making Wang Wei pause as he realized another opportunity to get merit. The concept of patent and fee does not exist. I remember complaining about how each world community functioned as its own independent universe. A person can take an idea from one world community and apply it to another and still receive merits as long as they pass it as their own. My solution to this problem was to use curses to guarantee my creations. A patent system that governs all world communities is a better solution, and one with great merit. The creation of the patent system can guarantee the work or creation of all cultivators, motivating people to innovate. Previously, such a system would be difficult to enact on a scale as large as the entire lower dimension. One of the core themes of the world is the law of the jungle. So, true heavenly Tao might not care if someone lost their creation because they were too weak to protect it. Although it values innovation, it wants more if people struggle in this cruel system and strive to reach the top. However, the dream world has now appeared, intensifying the competition in the lower dimension while ensuring many people's lives. As such, true heavenly Tao will also place more emphasis on innovation and encourage people to be creative. In other words, the patent system is perfect for the current development stage of the world. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Thought Wang Wei, shaking his head. He realized this situation was another form of assimilation. Although his memories from Earth dominate his personality, he will be influenced by the world the longer he lives. So, when facing certain problems, how he solved them will lean more toward this world than Earth. You don't need to know what a patent is for now, said Wang Wei, and Tong Ruobing sighed to herself. She knew it was probably another great idea that would revolutionize the world. Unfortunately, she cannot use it for herself. I'm here to ask about the dream world, continued Tong Ruobing. Giving Wang Wei a strange look, she wondered how he could come up with so many ideas. People have long speculated that the Heavenly Emperor was a reincarnated powerhouse, hence why his ideas and views of the world were so unique. However, no one could guess what kind of world was so special or what kind of powerhouse he was in his first life. However, all signs indicate that he was a scary individual in his previous life. Some people even believe his current strength is because he is slowly regaining the power from his former life. The dream world will be available to other world communities, but not now, replied Wang Wei, as his hook caught a fish, making his eyes twinkle. He caught a small black fish. However, he could tell the real size of that thing was enormous, allowing him to have a feast. Could we know? Replied Wang Wei calmly while also trying to catch another fish. There can only be one dream world. Is there any room for negotiation? Continued Tong Ruobing. Unfortunately, no. She frowned before changing her tactic. What about choosing us as your first step of expansion? Better yet, we can negotiate a price to give us a time buffer before opening it to everyone else. Replied Wang Wei. He was unsurprised that Tong Ruobing could see the advantage of early access to the dream world. For the right price, I can agree to your request. However, I can only give you a maximum buffer of 500 years. 500 years? That's too short. At least 10,000 years. Wang Wei ignored her shoddy method of raising the price for negotiation. 500 years is a long time if you take this opportunity and use all the resources available to train Heaven Chosen. So, either take it or leave it. Is there really no room for negotiation? Asked Tong Ruobing with gritted teeth. No. Fine. But can you let him use it in the meantime? Wang Wei looked at Mulei. If he had access to the battle tower, his progress would indeed be impressive. All right. Anyway, we can be considered acquaintances, so it's not a problem to give early access, replied Wang Wei before raising his hand to condense a special talisman for Mulei. Stars flashed in his eyes, showing his excitement. He could not wait to battle the emperors of the myriad emperor world to see how he compared. Wang Wei was a freak and an anomaly, but all their eternal emperors cannot be like this, right? Wang Wei stood up and put his fishing gear away. You better train for a while if you want to challenge our Eternals. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself, warned Wang Wei. I know, replied Mu Lei as he smiled wryly. It's time for me to leave. You can send someone to discuss the price for the Dream World access, said Wang Wei as he directly looked into Tong Ruobing's eyes. Based on your past experience, I feel I should give you this warning. Don't forget you're a member of the Myriad Emperor world. He disappeared after saying this. Are you all right? Asked Mulei. I'm fine, said Tong Ruobing, shaking her head. She knew why the latter warned her, but she had no plan to betray her homeworld or have her faction move to the Star Beast world. She knew even if she proved the Tao, they would never agree to move to another world community, especially since their faction holds the destiny of Talisman Ancestor. As such, she would never make such a bad move. Mulei looked at his wife. In his eyes, she was perfect in every way. But if he had to choose a flaw, it would be that her ambitions can blind her mind, making her have no bottom line when doing things. However, as long as he is by her side and reminds her, he can prevent her from going too far. Meanwhile, she is the driving force, forcing him to be more ambitious and less laid back. They complement each other perfectly. Wait, she will soon prove the Tao. With her talent, her strength will definitely surpass mine by leagues. Mulei was suddenly worried. Although he long accepted she was more talented and powerful than him, he did not want the difference to be too large. I will retreat immediately. In case of an emergency, you're in charge of the court's affairs. After saying those words, he kissed her on the cheek before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, 81 Senior Sister. Wang Wei listened to Su Shi's sermon, taking this opportunity to learn something new and consolidate his already existing cultivation and knowledge. The entire process lasted 3 years before ending. He opened his eyes, which were full of wisdom, exhaling deeply. It was always helpful to hear the understanding of cultivation from someone with the same cultivation as him. It won't be long before it's Tong Ruobing's turn, thought Wang Wei, thinking that the Myriad Emperor world will experience the same thing a few more times. He glanced at Su Shi in the distance, and before she disappeared, he contacted her. How was the process of reviving Lin Fan? She was surprised that he asked such a question, but she decided to reply truthfully. I've almost learned the technique. You should hurry up. Why? I will give all the people in our generation a great opportunity. If you don't want them to miss it, you better hurry up. Great opportunity? I cannot say much, but you should prepare. Su Shi frowned. If even Wang Wei said it was a great opportunity, it won't be something simple. However, she also wondered what his motives were. Unfortunately, there was too little information to speculate. I will. Another thing, try to contact Emperor Kong and say I want to see him, added Wang Wei. Can I know what's this about? Not now, but know it's crucial that I meet him as soon as possible. I will try, but there is no guarantee he will answer. Just try. The conversation ended, and Su Shi returned to the academy. However, she was somewhat distracted by this conversation. She wanted to know what he was planning. After being unable to figure out these things, she decided to hold a meeting and see if the others could help her brainstorm. Once they finish, then she will contact the upper dimension. Meanwhile, in the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei returned to the court after the sermon. One of his projects was completed during the past 3 years, so he needed to take care of it. In his cultivation room, he held a soul in his palm, Yu Zhou's soul. Finally completed, thought Wang Wei. After receiving the soul from Tong Rubing's hands, he pondered what to do with it. He could not search the memories because their memories were protected. Wang Wei was sure this soul would self-destruct if he tried to mess with it in any shape or form. He did not dare absorb or use it as a form of resource. For a moment, he found the soul utterly useless until he had an idea. He refined the karma thread connected to the soul into a talisman that would allow him to discover the traitors in other world communities. Wang Wei held a green jade talisman before him. He would not have succeeded if he had not been super careful and ensured the process was slow. He waved his hand to open a portal before him, sending the talisman to Wang Ju. He tasked her to send the Fate Shadow Guard to find the identity of these traitors, especially the one who proved the Tao. He needed to prepare for the external expansion of the court and the dream world. Once he finished, he focused on his friends and family, checking on them. His father and grandfather were still in retreat, experiencing rigorous training. Yin Liling was creating her immortal rune system. She now had great achievement in the process after the fusion of her new bloodline. Li Jun was also training extremely hard, using the baleful aura from the Tao burial ground to the best of its use. He chose to walk an alternative path of the Nine Extremity Foundation by tempering her body to be on par with Tao Ancestor. With his current talent, walking the unorthodox way should not be a problem. However, this method is indeed the best despite the downside. Having such a strong body is not the same as having a successful Nine Extremity Foundation, and that's because Nine Extremity involves all aspects: flesh, soul, law, and Tao heart. It's fine. Once his flesh is powerful enough, he only needs to use the yang energy in his blood to temper his soul. Afterward, he can make up for the other aspect through intense battles against the heaven-chosens from the endless void. Such a path was more fitting for Li Jun's personality, slaughter Tao, and battle human fiend god bloodline. Wang Wei sent him a message to use the battle tower more often before focusing on someone else. Tai Gang. Wang Wei frowned after seeing the state he was in. The latter was in a more relaxed state since he proved the Tao. He lacks motivation and is doing things because of his promise. However, his mind is already not here, preparing for his reincarnation. Wang Wei pondered for a moment whether he should allow Tai Gang to leave and reincarnate. However, after pondering briefly, he realized the latter's innate talent might still be useful in the future. So, he also sent him a message, telling him to prepare for the major competition in the battle tower. If Tai Gang could make a name on any of the lists, the chi, luck, and destiny he acquired would greatly benefit him in his reincarnation. Wang Wei saw his words seemed to have some effect and nodded. His gaze then shifted to others, Wu Ming and Miscellaneous One, to be precise. Unfortunately, their research is almost finished but still not completed. It's good they're almost done. My next retreat will focus on my profession, Tao, thought Wang Wei before his eyes shifted to Elder Dan, the other Emperor-tier professional of the sect. He handed all the bodies from the Tao burial ground to him, so he wanted to check on the progress of his pills. Sadly, too little time had passed, and the results were slow. Even with the use of time acceleration formation, he left for the other. Finally, Wang Wei checked on another individual desolate one. A slight surprise flashed in his eyes when he realized the latter succeeded. He re-established his foundation, achieving strength on par with eternal emperors. Desolate One was now cultivating the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution, trying to increase his strength to an even higher level. The sect has another eternal battle strength. He nodded in satisfaction, especially since Desolate One hid his cultivation level and did not announce it to the public, and only a few people in the sect knew. Low-key development will be our motto from now on, so I'm glad he has already got in the mood. He flickered his hand to send the latter a copy of the Metamorphosis art. Desolate seems talented in body refining, so he could learn something from this strange technique. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the world as he accessed the dream world to continue his fight with Jiangbi. However, he soon detected something that drew his attention. A new form of destiny is being gathered? Who is the source? He used his authority in the dream world to see through one of the settings. A young woman in blue was simulating refining a pill. She had thousands of materials before her. Senior Sister Ho Shu? Wang Wei remembered her from the Origin Pill Dao sect. The latter was a die-hard advocate for material alchemy. However, the sect is primarily based on rune alchemy, making her suffer countless bullying and derision over the years. Has she acquired the destiny to revive material alchemy in the world? Thought Wang Wei. The world is changing and resources are abundant. With the addition of the dream world, material alchemy can return to the world stage and even prosper. After a brief analysis, he understood it made sense for Heavenly Dao to revive this lost form of alchemy at this stage of the world's development. Wang Wei observed for a moment, not hiding his surprise and admiration. The limit of material alchemy has always been Earth-tier pill, because many recipes were secretly destroyed or lost to history. Adding the fact that no one wanted to support this type of alchemist, no one successfully created a heaven-tier pill. However, Wang Wei could tell that Ho Shu was attempting to refine a saint-tier pill, meaning she had already created a miracle and revived material alchemy to the level of Earth tier. This pill will probably fail, he thought, and as expected, a few minutes later, the cauldron exploded and the pill failed. However, Hosher was not discouraged but smiled instead. She condensed another cauldron and material to refine another batch without wasting time. Hosher repeated the process a few times before stopping and closing her eyes. A few hours later, she reopened them and continued her refining, displaying rapid progress in such a short period. Hard work, extreme focus, great destiny, and potent Dao heart, she's only lacking in the talent department, analyzed Wang Wei, who suddenly had the urge to accept a disciple. However, he soon removed that idea from his mind. However, he still chose to meet the girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 982, Revival. Your Majesty, said Ho Shu, shocked by the person suddenly appearing in her refining simulations. With her Saint Realm cultivation, she had never met someone of that level, so she did not know how to respond. Be at ease, said Wang Wei with a smile, but Ho Shu's trembling hand betrayed the calm exterior she displayed. So, Wang Wei had no choice but to use his soul to alleviate her nervousness secretly. What can I help you with? Asked Ho Shu after successfully calming down. I saw you were using material alchemy and was interested. Ho Shu paused before saying with a wry smile, I know it's a dying or lost form of art, but there's no need to explain to me. I am not prejudiced against any form of alchemy. Ho Shu breathed in relief but showed a hesitation on her face. Do you have something in your mind? Continued Wang Wei. Your Majesty, do you think material alchemy has a place in the world? Wang Wei looked at her and saw a little girl full of hope, unwillingness, and fear toward the future. He secretly sighed. Technically speaking, Ho Shu was born earlier than him by at least a few decades. However, because of how weird the cultivation world is, his body and mind are way older than him. Additionally, seniority is determined by strength. So, in this world, No one can force Wang Wei to call him senior. The moment I created the dream world, material alchemy was destined to rise, said Wang Wei. And he immediately saw Ho Shu's shoulder relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. That's good, repeated Ho Shu in a low voice for a few seconds. If you don't mind asking, why are you so insisting on material alchemy? It's because of my master, said Ho Shu with a look of reminiscence. My alchemy talent has never been the best, but he took me in and accepted me as a disciple, treating me like a daughter. My master was a true believer of material alchemy, believing it had its place in the world. So you inherited his legacy? Yes. He did not live long enough to see such a day, but no matter what, I will show the world that material alchemy is a viable Tao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He did not know why her master was so obsessed with this form of alchemy and even passed it on to his disciples. However, some people have different goals and interests, so he would not comment on them. How is your life in the sect? Asked Wang Wei. You can tell me the truth. Ho Shu was confused by such an odd question, but still answered, Life is tough. My alchemy talent is not the best, and my Tao is not very popular, so I get bullied sometimes. However, the sect has rules, so the junior and senior brothers do not go too far. Any interest in changing sect? The Tao opening sect will welcome you with open arms and give you all the necessary help and resources. What? I mean every word I said. For a few seconds, Ho Shu did not know what to say. Then, her face turned red, and she looked at the ground. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Wang Wei secretly sighed. Can I ask why? My. Master always had a dream, said Ho Shu, who took a deep breath before looking directly into Wang Wei's eyes. He wanted our sect to have another lineage for material alchemy. Although I know the chances of succeeding are slim, I still want to try it. Ambitious, thought Wang Wei. He never thought this determined senior sister had the ambition to prove the Tao and open a new alchemy lineage in the Origin Pill Tao sect. Wang Wei looked at her as he realized the wonder of destiny. The Origin Pill Tao sect held the Pill ancestor destiny, so it made sense that a new emperor alchemy lineage would manifest in their sect. It's the same for Wu Ming's totem warrior lineage that appeared in the Origin Room Palace. Although it took some drastic measures before succeeding, the end result was the same. It's fine if you don't want to change your sect, said Wang Wei. Although he failed to lure this new destiny to his sect, maybe it was for the best. I'm a person who likes talent, so I will give you a few gifts. He pointed at her forehead, and in an instant, Ho Shu felt a technique appear in her mind. Force control skill? Ho Shu's eyes lit up as she understood the implications of this technique. Her alchemy talent would become unparalleled. No, not just alchemy talent, but also my cultivation talent. With the dream world simulation setting and her innate talent that allowed her to know the essence of all spiritual herbs and how to combine them, she had little doubt she could revive material alchemy Tao. However, to prove the Tao, she needs strength. Sadly, she knew how terrible her cultivation talent was compared to these heaven-chosens. She was born earlier than all of them, but was still a peak saint, while the best of them had already proven the Tao. However, she saw hope in making up for the gap with this technique. I must warn you, this technique cannot be passed on to anyone else, even your closest person, said Wang Wei. I swear on my life to never reveal, said Ho Shu without hesitation. Wang Wei nodded. Although he had already placed restrictions on the technique, he still wanted her attitude regarding the matter. The second gift I have for you is destiny. He pointed at her and gathered the remaining scattered destiny of material alchemy Tao, focusing everything on her. Thank you, your majesty, bowed Ho Shu. As a saint from a top emperor lineage, she had knowledge of things like luck and destiny, so she guessed what the heavenly emperor did. This is my last gift for you, continued Wang Wei as a multicolored flame materialized on his palm. Chaos flame, uttered Ho Shu with wide eyes. That's correct. As an alchemist, you should understand the benefit of a powerful heavenly flame, especially for material alchemy. I don't know how to repay such kindness, said Ho Shu. She wanted to accept and reject such a heavy gift. I will help you today, so that you can help me tomorrow. Where would your majesty ever need my help? I will ascend and leave this world one day. But after you prove the Tao, maybe my sect will need you to take care of it. So, implanting a seed today that can become fruit someday. I didn't expect your majesty to have so much faith in me, said Ho Shu with a blush. It doesn't matter whether I have faith in you. What matters is whether you have faith in yourself, said Wang Wei. The path of Emperor is cruel, and without the mindset that I will be the final victor no matter the circumstances, you won't go far even if you have the best talent in the world. I understand, she replied with brilliant eyes. Wang Wei nodded before handing her a seed of his chaos flame. I'm looking forward to your future, said Wang Wei before disappearing from the room. Before the entrance to the tower, Wang Wei's dream avatar appeared with a smile. Her rise should shake things in the Origin Pill Dao sect. Let's see if I can use this opportunity to spy on Liu Cheng's secrets. He entered the tower to recreate his battle with Jiangbi, Emperor in Lightning Academy. Su Shi looked at the altar before her with no response and frowned. Headmaster, what should we do? Wait and see. If there is no response, after a while, tell the Heavenly Emperor the truth. After giving the instructions, she left and returned to seclusion. She activated the array in the room to the limit, so she could have as much time as possible on the inside, while only a short period passed by on the outside. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shi opened her eyes and exhaled. It was time. Su Shi always felt it was not the right time to see him again. However, after listening to Zin's advice, she knew she was procrastinating and running away from her troubles. So, inspired by the Heavenly Emperor's words, she decided to stop avoiding and confront the issue head-on. Su Shi meticulously reconstructed her husband Lin Fan's existence, while using his world imprint as the medium. She took her time, going as slowly as needed to ensure no mistakes or errors. In the process, her understanding of existence drastically improved. After what felt like an eternity, a handsome young man appeared before her. He looked exactly as she remembered him, except for his very weak aura. However, it was understandable since she inherited everything from him, including his cultivation. "Where am I?" asked Lin Fan as he looked around. When he saw Su Shi, the concussion in his eyes faded, replaced by uncontrollable elation. "Shire, I knew you would succeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 983 Changes, Adapt, and Grow. Lin Fan rushed into her arms, embracing her tightly. Only a moment had passed for him. 1 second, he was dead, and the other, he was revived. However, death felt like an eternity for Lin Fan. So, he wanted to find comfort in the familiarity. As he held her into his arms, that familiarity soothed his soul, at least for a moment. He soon realized something was different about her. She was now 3 inches taller than he remembered. "A lot has happened since I've been gone." "Huh?" asked Lin Fan. "You have no idea," replied Su Shi with a deep sigh. "Why don't you catch me up? How was your final battle? How did you defeat Wang Wei and kill that bitch Suya?" Su Shi looked at him, and Lin Fan was perplexed by her eyes. "Things are not as simple as you imagine," continued Su Shi as she sat him down and served some tea while explaining everything that occurred since his death. Meanwhile, Lin Fan kept drinking without stopping. He was never a significant fan of tea, but on this occasion, he had no choice but to drink as much as possible. In the next hour, he learned too many things. He learned about the cause of his death, the Supreme Outlaw Trial. He learned his greatest enemy Wang Wei passed the trial. He learned about Su Ya's fate of sealing herself. He learned about who died before reaching the final battle, who became crippled. How controversial the cleanup was, the excitement of the Gu Xian trial, the final battle, and those 2 titans' achievements, the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor era, and the current changes of the world. Lin Fan kept drinking his tea, feeling this was the only soothing thing for him in this world. "Maybe I shouldn't tell you everything as soon as you return," said Su Shi. "No, it's fine. It's better to receive the shock now than later," he replied, exhaling deeply to calm down. Well, you're taking the news better than I anticipated. After all, I've experienced true death. Such an experience will change anybody, replied Lin Fan calmly. I see. So what do you think? Lin Fan took a moment. I am both glad and sad I could not experience such a generation. Fighting all these terrifying geniuses is anyone else's dream and nightmare. Lin Fan did not know what he would have eventually accomplished if his death had not untimely taken him. Although Su Shi's accomplishments are an indication of his potential, it did not mean he could have reached the same height as her. For example, he would never have left the myriad emperor world and proved the Tao elsewhere. His pride and status as the Academy's next headmaster would never allow him to make such a decision. So, could he have broken the barrier between mortal and immortal without heading to the martial hegemony world? Lin Fan did not know the answer to this question. Lin Fan took another moment to reorganize his thoughts and plan for his future. He gazed at his wife, finding her both familiar and foreign. She must have figured it out, he thought before exhaling out loud. So what's next? I mean, for us. Su Shi did not immediately give him an answer. I've been thinking about this for a while. The only way forward for our relationship is for there to be only the two of us. You want me to abandon the others? Asked Lin Fan in a frown. Our previous dynamic can no longer be the same. Lin Fan smiled wryly as he knew she was correct. His current wife was a great emperor. No, even better. She was an eternal emperor, a being that stood at the apex of the food chain. How could she allow her husband to have multiple partners? If the situation had been reversed, and he had been the one who proved the Tao, everything would have been fine. But now things can no longer go back to the old days. Can you give me some more time to think it over? Asked Lin Fan. That's fine, nodded Su Shi. She never expected him to choose so easily. If he did, if he could easily abandon the others, it meant he was no longer the man she knew. One day, he could do the same to her. But be prepared that you might not have much time, said Su Shi. What does that mean? If my guess is correct, the Heavenly Emperor will summon all the heaven chosen in this generation. According to him, he will give everybody a great opportunity. So, be prepared for the summon at any time. Lin Fan frowned after hearing this. What does the Heavenly Emperor want? I don't know exactly, but it should not be anything bad. I see. But what can I do in my current state? Don't worry about this. I have prepared a string of primordial qi to temper your body and give you a powerful physique. Along with my grand Tao source baptism, your talent will be even better than before, Su Shi said with her angelic smile, making Lin Fan temporarily lose his mind. He soon woke up and calmly nodded. In that case, I can reach the quasi-emperor realm in a short period. Maybe I can compete for the next generation's throne. Su Shi looked at him and secretly nodded. It seems that death has sublimated his Tao heart. She was satisfied with his changes, so she decided not to tell him about Wang Tian's existence and not to have any hope for the next generation. It's good for him to be motivated, thought Su Shi. Go. Everybody is already waiting for you. Lin Fan stood up and took one last glance at her before walking out of the room. As expected, many people were already waiting. Someone directly rushed into his arms, and the force pushed Lin Fan to the ground. Oh, husband, I'm sorry. She forgot the warning that her husband had lost all his cultivation and was now immortal. Chunhua, asked Lin Fan doubtfully. The woman he remembered was not this beautiful and otherworldly. Husband, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Said Mu Chunhua with a gentle smile. Over the years, with the help of the Academy and Sister Su, her cultivation had reached the supreme realm, making her even more beautiful. She was once the saintess of the Heaven Water sect, and her greatest goal or ambition in all her life was to reach the primordial spirit realm and become an ancestor-like character of her sect. Now, she laughed at her ignorant self when reminiscing about the past. As such, Mu Chunhuan believed her greatest decision was marrying Lin Fan, even though a few elders disagreed. Lin Fan smiled wryly, but only a few people could detect this change. He patted her head and softly said, "Help me get up." "Oh, right. Mu Chanhua realized her mistake and helped him from the floor. Following this, the other wives and concubines finally had the opportunity to reunite with their husbands. As Lin Fan looked at these people, the first thought in his head was that everyone had now become more beautiful. Such a change made sense since high cultivation had such an effect. However, something else dawned on him. Shire looked the same since I last saw her. It's not because she did not change, but because she restrained her aura and spirit, returning to the time before I left to facilitate my return. Lin Fan secretly sighed. Of all his wives and concubines, she should be the one who changed the most. Yet, she was willing to restrain her aura just for his sake. No man could resist having such a caring wife. But as he looked at the others, he was still tangled. Do I have to abandon all of them? After experiencing such a death, Lin Fan was not too keen on having as many women as possible. In some ways, Suya left a psychological scar on his mind. However, he also felt it would be irresponsible to give up all these women who have followed him for so long. Fainer, how have you been? Father, said Lin Fan, looking at Lin Min with a smile. Your cultivation level? He discovered his father seemed more unfathomable than everyone in the room, including his teacher, Qiu Jin. It's all Shir's doing. She gave your sister and me a grand Dao source seed. I see, nodded Lin Fan. He realized the academy did not treat his family badly despite what had happened to him. His act of passing his power and talent to Su Shi was also a self-preserving method for his family. After all, he would be gone, so the academy might not treat his clan as well as they used to, and maybe even treat them terribly. Lin Fan knew better than anyone else how powerful factions treat people they considered worthless. Well, let's not talk about such a thing. How have you been? What about you, Teacher Qiu Jin? You look better than ever. I came to check on you, said Qiu Jin. After you finish reuniting with your family, we can talk. Okay, nodded Lin Fan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 984 The Worlds Today. Lin Fan had a happy dinner with his family. However, he felt tired during the entire ordeal instead of being happy. In the end, some of his wives noticed something was wrong after he refused to spend the night with them. Although Lin Fan used the excuse that he had just revived and his body was extremely weak, a small number of them noticed something was wrong. However, his excuse was indeed justified. With his current fleshly body, something might happen if he were to lay with so many women. Lin Min led his son to another room to rest. Son, what are you going to do? You know, I don't know the exact details, but I know the situation should change after Shire proves the Tao. Lin Fan sighed before explaining the conversation he had with her. Father, what do you think I should do? I understand the point of her view. As an eternal emperor, she cannot be humiliated, and in the worst-case scenario, she could secretly eliminate all the others. Simultaneously, I also understand why you don't want to abandon the people who have accompanied you since you were weak, said Lin Min. I think you're overestimating things. Shire would never do something like that. You're the one underestimating her. She's an eternal emperor. She does not need to take action herself to deal with them. The destiny or karmic connection of being the hated concubine of an eternal emperor is enough to ruin their luck and result in their death. Lin Fan frowned as he did not think things were so severe. Are great emperors so powerful? Lin Min sighed. The difference between the mortal and immortal stage of cultivation is more grand than you could imagine, especially for the emperor path. Every great emperor is blessed by Grand Tao itself, making their existence completely different from other immortals, let alone mortals. It seems I have to make up for my lack of knowledge, muttered Lin Fan, discovering another downside to his early death. Father, you haven't told me what I should do. In this situation, the best advice I can give you is to follow your heart. Follow my heart? That's harder than it sounds. Matters of the heart are always as such, replied Lin Min. Take some time to rest and make your decision. Now that you're back, I can revive your mother. Mom? His mother died very young, so he only remembered her after his cultivation reached a certain level, and he had absolute control of his memories. From his memory, she was a kind and nourishing woman, always with a bright smile on her face that could reassure people. Yes, you should see her again. After so many years, his father should pursue his own happiness. Lin Min soon left the room, but Lin Fan did not rest as he still had to see his teacher. "How are you feeling?" asked Qiujin, a little bit tired and overwhelmed. "That's understandable. Do you want to come back tomorrow?" "No, it's fine." Lin Fan set up the table and served tea. "Your situation should not be too good. I guess I should not be surprised that the Academy knows my situation," said Lin Fan with a wry smile. "Basically, do they have an official stand on the issue?" "Yes, but don't worry about them. The final decision is ultimately yours," said Qiujin, and Lin Fan gave him a look. He was not stupid and guessed the Academy wanted him to choose Su Shi. After all, the benefits of this choice were the best for them. "Teacher, I'm glad you're on my side. I have watched you grow up. Although I never said it, I always treated you as my son. So, don't worry about the Academy and focus on yourself. Choose the path you feel will leave you with the least regret." "The path of least regret," muttered Lin Fan, looking at the tea set before him. A few seconds later, he sighed and said, "This is indeed the best way. You still have some time before making a decision. Before that, you can focus on your strengths and future," continued Qiujin. "The next generation's battle? No, the one after that." "What do you mean?" "Most of the factions of the world have unofficially designated the next battle to the Dao opening sect." "Them? Why?" "Wang W. I mean, the Heavenly Emperor should ascend by then." Lin Fan paused as he remembered something. "Wang Tian?" "Yes, it should belong to him." "Why?" "For what I remember, although he was talented, it was not to the level that everyone needs to make way for him." Qiujin gave him an odd look. "Didn't the headmaster mention the ultimate swordsmanship battle?" "She did, but only briefly. In that fight, Wang Tian displayed strength and potential, not weaker than the best of this generation, and that's before he had such a powerful son to help him train. Of course, this is not the real reason these factions have given up on the next generation's battle. Do they fear the Heavenly Emperor will kill the next emperor if it's not his father?" asked Lin Fan. "Exactly. Even if he ascends, leaving some methods to eliminate the next emperor should be no problem. As such, most factions have given up on the next battle. Some even have given up on the one after that to consider his mother in the Yu clan." Lin Fan groaned. "The world has become 100 times more complicated since I died." "Yes, and it will continue to become more complex," warned Qiujin. "So, you must change and adapt as soon as possible." Lin Fan sipped his tea before exhaling. "What's the plan?" "The dream world is a prelude to a heaven-chosen battle with members from across the entire lower dimension. The main plan is for you to participate in this battle and get a top 10 position, even the first. With so much destiny and luck, you can seal yourself and wake up in the 4th generation." Lin Fan nodded. With his wife, he won't have to worry about karma. As for the seal, since he does not have to wash away his karma, the process was similar to taking a long nap. One minute he closed his eyes, and the next, a few million years passed, and it was already time for him to compete in the Heavenly battle. "Right now, you need to prepare for the meeting with the Heavenly Emperor," continued Qiujin. "According to our analysis, there is a high probability that the chance he will grant is to give the Heaven-Chosen of our world an advantage in the upcoming Endless Void Heaven-Chosen battle." "He's so generous?" "Yes, especially since the growth of the world benefits him." "I see." Qiujin patted him on the shoulder. "Leave matters of the heart behind for now. Focus on cultivating and regaining your strength." "I will." Lin Fan felt such a decision should not be rushed. "I recommend you see the world. It might help settle your state of mind," said Qiujin before leaving. The next day, Lin Fan reunited with the upper echelons of the Academy to show his return. Afterward, he followed his teacher's advice and began a tour of the myriad Emperor world. The Academy provided Lin Fan with protection even though they knew no one could do anything to him with the headmaster present. However, the protection did not show up after the Academy considered Qiujin's advice. As soon as he exited the academy, he took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as ever. He finally noticed the exaggerated change in the environment. Is this innate chi? Although Lin Fan lost his cultivation, his soul was still sublimated after death, allowing him to sense the energy in the environment. I cannot imagine the geniuses that will be born in such an environment. The battle for the throne will be even more intense from now on. Lin Fan began his walk in the world, viewing things from the point of view of a mortal. He had heard about the rise of mortal civilization, but it was a completely different experience after seeing it with his own eyes. Lin Fan was in awe as he visited countless domains from one continent to another using only mortal technology. He never expected mortals to have such potential. I have to admit his abilities are unlike anything the world has seen, thought Lin Fan with a sigh as she ate noodles in a restaurant on the southern continent. He looked at the view outside. The essence of this era will be innovation, analyzed Lin Fan. Every heavenly emperor will try to change the world and leave an impact in history. He could foresee how much the world will fluctuate or change in the future. Each generation of the myriad emperor world might be different than the last. Some people might go too far in their attempt to change the world. However, he should have prepared for such a future. Lin Fan finished his noodles and continued his journey. With each place he sees, his mind becomes calm as he adapts to the world. Finally, after visiting most of the world, Lin Fan's state of mind sublimated as he became in tune with nature, reaching a state of unity between man and nature. Afterward, he did not hesitate to enter the dream world. Besides the heavenly court, it's one of the few places he wanted to visit the most. He wanted to experience a few things for himself before he could truly understand and process them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, 85 Plan B. Lin Fan walked out of the battle tower, breathing heavily with an extremely pale complexion. He knew he had pushed himself too far, but did not care. He looked back at the tower with awe, fear, and great desire. It's one thing to hear about it, and another to experience it, he thought. He had just watched the final battle between Wang Wei and Di Tian, using the setting mode that contained their auras and Daorime. As a mortal, he almost collapsed in the process. If not for the protective mechanism of the dream world and his willpower, he would have never watched the entire battle from beginning to end. He used a breathing method to calm down his heart and spirit. It was truly the best and worst era for all geniuses, he muttered with a deep sigh. He wished nothing to participate in the final battle. Even if he knew he would lose, such an experience is not something to be missed. Now that I know what my peers are capable of, I have something to pursue. Even if I cannot reach their level, I will never lose if I make them my target. He summoned his dream imprint. His next target was the home setting. A few hours later, he walked out of a battlefield full of blood, limbs, and other bodily fluids. This place is an excellent way to temper the Tao heart. His next destination was to see Sheener. His teacher told him the latter might solve his current marital problems. So, Lin Fan spends another hour talking to this Tao heart spirit. Yes, she can definitely help us, muttered Lin Fan as he left the room. As long as Shire and I spend a few more sessions with Xian, our problem should be dealt with. Lin Fan walked away with a little bit more joy in his steps. Before returning to the academy, he first tried the other settings and went directly to see Su Shi. How was the experience? Asked Su Shi, glancing at Lin Fan before her. Overwhelming at first, but now I can say I've adapted. That's good. The world is changing every day and probably will continue to do so. People who cannot adapt to these changes will be left behind by the time. I had the same feeling, nodded Lin Fan. By the way, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Do we know why these two were so powerful? Yes, nodded Su Shi. Many people were curious about this fact, including herself. However, her main objective in searching for the truth was to increase her strength. After discovering the truth, Su Shi has been considering re-establishing her foundation. Unfortunately, it's more complicated for great emperors, let alone eternals, to re-establish their foundation because of the death tribulation. If she fails the tribulation, she will experience true death. So she's been weighing the pros and cons. Su Shi told Lin Fan about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation. So, that's how it is, muttered Lin Fan before his eyes sparkled. Do you think I could use any of these methods? Su Shi pondered briefly. You've had your existence erased, so after you refine the primordial chi and increase your talent, there's a high probability of walking the unorthodox way. However, if you want to succeed in the final fusion of 9 its remedy, you must work on one of your major weaknesses, Tao Heart. As long as I have hope, it's worth trying no matter how difficult it will be. It's a good mindset to have, nodded Su Shi. Rest for a few days and then we can begin. Lin Fan was excited. Although he wished to start immediately, he knew he was not in the best shape for cultivation. So, starting a few days later was the optimal choice. He then looked at her, his face a little more reserved. What about us? Have you made a decision? No, but I was thinking that XIN should be able to help our situation. Su Shi nodded. Even if you didn't bring it up, I would have. She has a special couple session to help Tao companions with issues. It would greatly help our situation. Good. His greatest worry is she would not be willing to work on their issues. Now that she agreed, he felt relieved. Lin Fan chatted with her for a few minutes before leaving. He had a long journey ahead of him and needed to prepare. Dream World. Wang Wei walked out of the battle tower, feeling refreshed for a long while. After this long battle, he finally knew the limits of his fleshly body and could use it to a 1,000%. He discovered it from a dream world and opened his eyes in the court. He immediately frowned as he checked things. It's been a year, and there has been no response from Emperor Kong? Did something happen, or is he just busy? Wang Wei's finger tapped on his throne as he pondered. I've given him another 4 years before I use Plan B. Plan B was risky since it was based on his deduction and analysis and had no tangible basis. Things could escalate out of control if he is not prepared. Wang Wei closed his eyes, and a mysterious aura enveloped his body. More than half an hour later, he exhaled out loud as he returned to normal. True Heavenly Tao was more accommodating than I anticipated. With the latter's help, he could traffic these people to the upper dimension without worrying about Supreme Unities secretly influencing the lower dimension. He smiled as he looked in the distance. Profiteering during war is truly the best way to make money, he thought. However, I should be careful. Wang Wei decided to reinforce the seal in the nether hell after sending these people to the upper dimension to prevent any variable from Supreme Unity. Furthermore, if his Fate Shadow guy can identify the spies, this might be an opportunity to deal them a significant blow. Is Tong Ruobing about to make her move? Muttered Wang Wei as he saw the future of the world. It's a shame I cannot sell her. After shaking his head, he headed to a particular room in his cultivation place. After the battle with Jiang Bi, Wang Wei had an idea for a fleshly body cultivation room. In the early stages, he could use gravity to temper his body. However, at some point, no amount of gravity had any effect on him, even if they were quintillion times that of the average gravity on Earth. Only gravity that reaches a conceptual level can have an effect, and such a thing was not easy to establish with his current professional Grandao source. Luckily, the immortal sovereign showed him another way: energy dominance. As Wang Wei walked into the room, his body felt a heavy pressure. So, it did work, he thought. This room was full of energy as he had one of his clones open a large tear to the source chi space. The energy intensity of the room was so high that even his current body was affected. Extreme training in such a room should increase my strength by a few infant fiend god force. And if I take Zhun Chaos Dragon Binding Grass that I raised to Emperor tier, the effect should be better. Wang Wei did not hesitate. He first left all his power using the Golden Fur Monkey technique from his Myriad Spirit Manifestan. The Golden Fur Monkey was an innate demon with the ability to turn the furs on his body into powerful clones, just like Sun Wukong in Wang Wei's previous life. So, He created this technique based on that creature and the previous Rat Zodiac. With the new clone, Wang Wei had no problem weakening himself for training, so he ingested the poison. As he felt his body drastically weakened, the effect of the qi in the surroundings increased. Wang Wei immediately began to do basic things like push up, but he did not stop after doing more than 1,000,000,000,000 of them. The process was not as easy as it sounded. His weakened body was like a malnourished individual exercising under the pressure of 10 times gravity. However, Wang Wei did not stop as he continued doing push-up without a shirt on. It had been a long time since he could increase his strength by doing simple and mundane training methods, so he enjoyed himself. This dragon-binding grass is truly a marvelous spiritual herb for body refiners, thought Wang Wei. After being nourished by the Grand Tao source, the herb mutated and became the nemesis of the very concept of essence in the three flowers. In other words, anyone with sufficient body strength will be affected if they have not opened the gate of power. However, the wonder of this grass was not as simple as it seems. The Emperor Tier Dragon Binding Grass was in perfect harmony with Yin and Yang. As such, it will drastically weaken body refiners, but it's also the perfect material to help them temper their bodies as they train and build immunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, 86 New Empress. A month later, Wang Wei, who has not stopped doing push-ups, finally stopped as he noticed something. His eyes penetrated the endless distance as he gazed above the great talisman city. Visions of different kinds appeared above the sky, alerting everyone worldwide. The process only lasted half an hour before ending. Immediately afterward, the great talisman city contacted the heavenly court. They asked Wang Wei to use the dream world for a worldwide announcement or event. Interesting, thought Wang Wei as he remembered certain technology events that announced new creations, the most famous of which was the birth of the first smartphone. He did not hesitate to grant them permission. As such, the next day, every Dream World member, mortal and cultivators, had the choice to participate in this new announcement. Once the time arrived, Tong Ruobing showed up to show her latest development. Talisman weapons. Tong Ruobing had created a new path for Talisman Dao, creating weapons made entirely from talismans or runes. Under her presentation, people finally understood what talisman weapons were. There were two types of this weapon. The first one was the weapons made of paper talismans that were perfectly combined together. This weapon was interesting because it was less expensive than regular weapons. The market was more toward loose cultivators in small numbers and toward large sects for mass buying. These weapons were more powerful than regular or less powerful talismans, but less potent than normal origin weapons. According to Tong Ruobing, these weapons are best used for large-scale war to replace low-tier talismans that have devastating effects when there were many. In her announcement, Tong Ruobing showed the world a comparison. One image showed a small army detonating millions of fire talismans, while the other showed the same army doing the same thing with 1,000,000 paper talisman weapons. The destructive nature of these weapons was exponentially higher than the talismans, while the cost was only slightly higher. Tong Ruobing also showed the crowd the destruction of using low-tier origin weapons and its costs. As expected, the destruction was only slightly higher while the price was astronomically higher. Afterward, Tong Ruobing displayed the second type of talisman weapon, the one made entirely of runes. This type of weapon outclassed origin weapon in all categories, from the profound tier to the quasi-emperor tier. The reason is runes are the languages of heaven and earth, and when weapons are made entirely of them, they will be boosted by the power of heaven and earth, similar to how Primarchs are. However, the talisman weapon has a significant disadvantage in balancing out its power. It cannot last. Even a quasi-emperor tier talisman weapon will disappear and return to heaven and earth after 100,000 years. Tong Ruobing did not hide such information and revealed everything. However, despite this weakness, countless people could not wait to get their hands on this new weapon. After all, cultivators naturally crave strength and power. After this event, the great talisman cities Chi Luck and Destiny rose like a comet. Countless people rushed to their territory to buy a talisman weapon. Meanwhile, Tong Ruobing directly came to see Wang Wei. "Why didn't you tell them the truth?" asked Wang Wei as he saw her in the garden. "Don't tell me you're not interested in the weapon business," she asked back with a smile, and Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "The truth of the matter is rune talisman weapons can be fused to origin weapons, increasing the overall power of both. Such a fusion can even prolong the duration of these talisman weapons by at least 10%. However, Tong Ruobing kept her mouth quiet because the rise of talisman weapon would deal a significant blow to the origin weapon business and the origin weapon mountain's destiny. Then, she can take this opportunity for her factions to get more control over the weapon industry worldwide and prepare until the news is revealed. Of course, Wang Wei, who knew this truth, had the same plan, so he would not say anything. "What brings you here? You should be preparing for your coronation." "I've brought news to you," said Tong Ruobing with a serious look. "News about the heavenly court was leaked." "It's much later than I anticipated," replied Wang Wei. He knew the Star Beast world was too connected to the commerce hub, so the information was impossible to hide for long. "Has anyone else already become Heavenly Emperor?" "As far as I know, the answer is no," replied Tong Ruobing. "Right now, the upper echelons of the commerce hub have kept the news secrets while trying to get more information from our side. Many people have visited or secretly infiltrated the Star Beast world in the past few years." Tong Ruobing secretly sighed. Mu Lei was in retreat, so she had to deal with everything in his absence. Unfortunately, without the realm of a great emperor, she did not have the prestige or strength to deal with everything effortlessly. "Is that why you seem to be in a hurry?" "Yes, only by proving the Tao as soon as possible can I deal with the current situation," nodded Tong Ruobing. Wang Wei was in deep thought. He did not care whether the news was revealed, but some people did not want to sit in the position without any issue. "It seems I need to secretly help the people from the Battle Spirit world to ensure the Spirit Genesis sect does not have full control of the court," thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. "Then there are also the communities with the upper dimension spies. If they have complete control of a court, dealing with them will be even more of a headache, so I need to support insurgents in their world to reduce their power." Wang Wei suddenly felt this recent development could keep him busy for a while. The Myriad Emperor world was still in a state of semi-isolation, but the Endless Void was undergoing a rapid change. Many of his plans would encounter severe resistance if he were not careful. The Fate Shadow Guard needs to accelerate the development of the spy network across the lower dimension. Secondly, I also need to send an ambassador to other Heavenworld worlds to form like-minded allies and friends. The first thought that came to Wang Wei's mind was his mother. After proving the Tao, she would be the best ambassador. However, he swiftly stopped this idea as it could have negative effects on her. After all, it's not simple to deceive true heavenly Tao. "Wait, wasn't this the reason I created the Department of Foreign Affairs post?" He immediately sent a message to the steward to enact his plans. He also gave the latter a list of people who could easily become their allies, including Ji Lanfang, the Devil Wrath, and the people from the Demon Supremacy world. "Is there anything else?" "About my ceremony," she asked. "Don't worry, I won't stop you." "No, I know you don't care, but I don't know if the others will feel the same way." Tong Ruobing's worry is the other Eternal will intervene and prevent her from proving the Tao. After all, one more powerful Eternals means one less share of the cake. Mu Lei was in retreat and did not dare prove the Tao anywhere else other than the Myriad Emperor world. So, she could only rely on Wang Wei for her safety. "Don't worry. As long as I don't move, they don't dare to." "That's good," said Tong Ruobing before rushing home after chatting for a few more minutes. Now that she had enough merit, she did not want to waste any more time. She prepared everything for the ceremony, and a few days later, the sky above the Myriad Emperor world changed. The eye of heavenly Tao showed up above the sky, directly looking at Tong Ruobing. The eyes seemed to be judging her for something. Afterward, a heaven will drop to her hands. Finally, she closed her eyes after absorbing it. Visions appeared around her, and a while later, a terrifying aura emanated from her body. Today, I, the Origin Talisman Empress, have proven the Tao, achieving immortality and eternity. I will preach to all sentient beings to repay my karma. A multicolored dragon manifested before swimming everywhere between heaven and earth, nourishing the world. Its final destination was the Great Talisman City, signifying they had their first eternal emperor and their seventh great emperor. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei watched everything with a calm expression. Once Tong Ruobing finished, he observed heaven's and earth's secrets. The balance mechanism has shifted from focusing solely on the Tao opening sect to the entire myriad emperor world. His eyes could see the secret changes of the entire lower dimension. Countless fortunate encounters to create more immortal sovereigns appeared in countless world communities. Additionally, more resources to temper the body appeared, trying to create more body refiners in the infant fiend god realm capable of battling great emperors and eventually eternals. Wang Wei even detected that the merit-proving method also appeared in many worlds, and some destiny people with great merit will acquire them. So, other worlds will also have more than one great emperor? More than one eternal emperor? He smiled as this indicated that his influence on the world had drastically increased and his heavenly emperor era would be more prosperous than he anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 987 Communication. Wang Wei looked at the auspicious signs around the world. He noticed that people who use alternative methods of proving the Tao do not have large visions that cover an entire world community. However, such a minor fact did not change much. On the contrary, he was glad it was as such. Otherwise, some people might have already detected all the visions originating from the myriad emperor world. The world was still in a state of recovery, so Wang Wei wanted it to remain anonymous for a while. Tong Rubing's sermon was about to begin, so he did the same thing he did for Su Shi. He disconnected everybody from the dream world and left a clone to listen to the sermon. He also used his power to allow people like Origin 1 and Wang Ju to listen to the sermon while they were far away. Meanwhile, his actual body continued training in the Qi room. The sermon lasted 3 years before Tong Ruobing stopped. Afterward, she headed to the Great Talisman City to leave a clone while she returned to the Star Beast world. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei's clone opened his eyes and exhaled. I've finally completed the new version of the Origin cultivation system. After listening to all these sermons, and along with a few other ideas from people in this generation, he finally finished updating the cultivation system. Should I reveal it now, or wait until the next court meeting? Pondered Wang Wei for a moment before shaking his head. Let's deal with the current issue at hand. He directed his gaze toward the Emperor Enlightening Academy. But as expected, there was still no response from Emperor Kong or anyone from the upper dimension. There is still 1 year left, so let's wait. Wang Wei continued his retreat, and 1 year passed. He woke up again and contained Su Shi. Sadly, the result was the same, so he could proceed with his plan B. Without wasting time, he summoned Jingwu Hua, the former heaven chosen of the Golden Crow clan. Wang Wei waited for the throne, feeling the result of his training. In just 5 years, his strength increased by 1 fiend god infant force, reaching a grand total of 75. He nodded in satisfaction with such progress despite knowing it wouldn't remain as fast as he became more powerful. A few minutes later, Jingwu Hua appeared in the throne room, followed by an insurgent from the Golden Crow clan. I only need to talk to her, so you're dismissed. The insurgent bowed before disappearing. It seems she has somewhat repaired her relationship with her clan, thought Wang Wei. Before the final battle, Jingwu Hua had trouble in her clan because of her father's emperor bone. However, it makes sense since the world is about to enter an era where geniuses are even more valuable than they used to be, analyzed Wang Wei before concentrating on Jingwu Hua. If he could describe her current appearance, he would use the words distress, worry, and thinning. I have seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor, saluted Jingwu Hua, her melodious voice slightly hoarse. Be at ease, said Wang Wei as he released his soul to soothe her mind and reduce the fatigue visible in her eyes. Thank you, your majesty. Have you contacted your father? She paused before shaking her head. No matter what I try, he won't respond. In that case, let me help you, continued Wang Wei. Give me a drop of your blood. She did not hesitate as a drop of blood forced out from the tip of her finger and rushed to Wang Wei. As he held the blood before his palm, a karmic thread connected to it rushed into the sky. His mind followed the thread, and he soon discovered a blockade. However, an unknown force allowed him access, so he reached his destination. An image soon appeared in the room. Wang Wei and Jingwu Hua saw a large golden crow lying on the ground while in terrible shape. Its feather had lost its gilded luster, and the left wing had turned into bones while a black substance corroded the right wind. The crow was missing 2 of his 2 legs, and he had a bright red flame fighting another black flame around his body. Father! Jingwu Hua's voice echoed through the karmic thread in that dark chamber, but the crow did not move or even react. Father! Father! Can you hear me? Calm down, said Wang Wei with a frown, and Jingwu Hua finally regained her bearings. Wang Wei pointed at the karmic thread, sending his power of life and death through it. A few seconds later, the crow's body trembled before slowly opening his eyes. The creature looked around in confusion while wincing in pain. However, he seemed groggy as he could still not respond to this environment. A curse? And a terrifying one at that, thought Wang Wei before sending another string of his power through the karmic thread, this time sending a powerful seal based on his wife's technique. 9 magical circles appeared around the crow's body before surrounding the black flame and substance on his body. The curse tried to resist, but the attempt was only momentarily before they became rune tattoos on the crow. Immediately afterward, clarity appeared in the creature's eyes. Then, the Golden Crow Emperor finally saw the screen before him, showing Wang Wei and his daughter. What? Father, can you finally hear me? How can you be here? Have you ascended? You should not be here, the crow said, still confused. However, he was still a great emperor, so it did not take him long to figure out the situation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me, said the Golden Crow Emperor with a hint of reservation in his tone. He knew what kind of strength was needed to save him from that curse. More importantly, he could tell this person could manage to communicate with him from the lower dimension despite the recent blockade. Such a person is scary and should not easily get involved with, analyzed the Golden Crow Emperor. How did you get in such a dire situation? Asked Wang Wei, not minding the latter's caution. The Golden Crow Emperor hesitated for a while before explaining, internal strife amongst the demon race. Internal strife? Yes, the rise of the Blood Dragon and the 5 Feather Phoenix should have shifted the political situation of the demon race. So, it would make sense that there was internal trouble. You know, it's not hard to deduce. The Golden Crow Emperor smiled wryly. All the upper echelons of many demon races disappeared, leaving a power vacuum. After my ascension, I realized I was one of the few emperors of the Golden Crow clan, forcing me to take a leadership position. However, the subsequent fighting reduced me to this current state. Wang Wei frowned. According to his previous deductions, Jingwu Hua's father did not respond to her because he was seriously injured or isolated from somewhere else. However, his analysis was that the latter suffered because of his involvement in the revolution movement. It seems I was wrong, thought Wang Wei before looking at the excited Jingwu Hua, who seemed to have a million words to say to her father. He pondered for a moment before deciding to take a calculated risk. I won't take too much of your time. I wonder if you have any connections with the revolution? These people? Asked the Golden Crow Emperor. The revolution was considered a useless and pointless cause for many years until recently. For some reason, the 7 moons are busy and barely manage the world, allowing these people to cause chaos worldwide. The oddest thing is none of the 2 sons, the real supreme leaders, did anything to prevent their actions. Yes, them nodded Wang Wei. I need to contact them, preferably someone with some power. If fellow Taoists have a way, please inform me. The Golden Crow Emperor did not immediately have an answer as he pondered. Although severely injured, he would gain consciousness occasionally, and the clan would report the latest news to him. According to their analysis, a great change was about to occur in the world, and the source might be from the revolution. Some elders even predicted the end of the current 7 Moon and 2 Suns era. Because of their current weakness, the Golden Crow clan did not want to get involved in the chaos, but they might not have a choice. Such a momentous change in the world cannot be easily avoided. However, the clan must also be cautious about who to get involved with, and this person might be a safe bet. The Golden Crow Emperor felt that since this person was still in the lower dimension, his involvement with the revolution would be limited, and such involvement was perfect for the clan to test the water before committing 100% to the cause. If something happens before then, they still have some level of plausible deniability that can save their races after sacrificing a few people. The sacrifice will most likely be me, but that's fine, he thought. When this person contacted him through his daughter, his fate was already intertwined with the revolution. Furthermore, he did not want to risk the possibility of the latter using his daughter as a hostage. "I can find a way to contact them for you," said the Golden Crow Emperor. "Excellent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 988 Leader. I will give you some time to talk. "Please don't take long," said Wang Wei before disappearing. The Golden Crow Emperor knew the world's current situation, so he understood the latter's caution. "Father, how are you?" "Now I'm fine. With that fellow Taoist seal, I should be able to return to my peak," he replied with a smile. "Don't worry about me. What about you? How are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Father. I've failed again," she replied, looking at her shoes. "It's okay, honey. As long as you don't give up, you will eventually succeed." The Golden Crow Emperor was not worried about his daughter's ability to prove the Tao. The Emperor bone he left her is not something anyone can refine, and he only succeeded due to a fortune encounter he has. After absorbing her, her strength would definitely break the barrier between mortals and immortals. With such strength, why would she worry about proving the Tao? The fact that she lost this time proved she was unlucky and met some crazy genius. "Really? You're not mad or disappointed?" "Why would I be?" replied the golden creature. He knew his daughter and guessed she probably did not perform at her best because of her worries about him. The girl's talent should have drastically improved, but her state of mind still has plenty of room for improvement, analyzed the Golden Emperor. Plus, it's not necessarily good for you to ascend. "What do you mean?" "All you need to know is the upper dimension is experiencing turbulence, and with my current strength, I don't even know whether I can protect myself, let alone you." "Father, is something going to happen to you? Can you run away?" They were just reunited, so Jingwu Hua did not want anything to happen to her family. "Unfortunately, no one can run away from this chaos," replied the Golden Crow Emperor with a sigh. "But don't worry, I still have my method." He knew the only way for him and his clan to survive the upcoming storm was for the clan's paragons to return from limbo. Otherwise, with their current strength, they will soon be turned into cannon fodder for the upcoming chaos. "That's good," nodded Jingwu Hua, not doubting her father in the slightest. The two chatted for a while before Wang Wei returned, announcing it was time. "Honey, don't worry about failure. Find a way to temper your Tao heart and state of mind. Seal yourself and try again," advised the Golden Crow Emperor, and his daughter nodded her head obediently. "Your Excellency, or do I contact you once I find them? Give them a drop of your blood and activate the bloodline resonance with your daughter. I will then open the communication link." After hearing this, the Golden Crow Emperor frowned. He had just been cursed, so he was not pleased with letting strangers access his blood. "I know what you're thinking, but this is the only way I can initiate communication," said Wang Wei, showing he had no choice. He used Jingwu Hua's bloodline because it was connected to his father and because these two had a profound and unbreakable bond. If their relationship were not so solid, his technique would not have worked so easily because of the vast difference between the upper and lower dimensions. Of course, the main reason for his success is his talk or deal with true heavenly Tao. "Very well," said the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that he was already in so deep, there was no point in hesitating. After the communication ended, the Golden Crow contemplated whether to discuss this meeting and his future involvement with the revolution with the entire clan. However, he remembered his analysis that there might be traitors in the clan, spies who had become the dogs of the Blood Dragon. Let's keep things a secret for now. The Golden Crow Emperor then contacted his most trusted follower to get some information before contacting someone from the revolution. Earth Emperor's territory, Great Chu Divine Dynasty. "Prime Minister, when is your Majesty returning?" asked a bunch of civil servants, forcing all eyes on the middle-aged man at the center dressed in a black and white robe and a pointy beard that was more than 10 centimeters and gave the feeling it would be enjoyable to play with. The man had a scholarly feeling, yet simultaneously, he gave the vibe that he was extremely lazy. Prime Minister Pellang held a fan in his hand, slowly airing his face. After hearing the question, he took over 5 seconds to respond, and his speech pattern was slow and monotonous. "The invasions from outside are still ongoing, so His Majesty will not return anytime soon. All you must do is continue working to ensure nothing goes wrong in the dynasty. But the situation has aggravated recently. Our territory has been attacked more than 5 times in the past 100 years. Yes, these rebels are becoming more and more rampant." The general sentiment was the same as all the ministers reported the recent chaos. As smart as they were, they understood the signs of chaos when a dynasty's luck had run out. The last thing these people wanted was for something to happen to the Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Although they could not reach a higher realm of cultivation, they have been enjoying wealth, resources, fame, and women for too long, so they could not allow anything to happen to their power. Prime Minister Pellang did not immediately give a suggestion, but he looked at the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" "You can do whatever you think is best, Prime Minister," replied Crown Prince Shi Shunyuan, not caring in the slightest. Pellang gave him a look before continuing. "Deploy our best divine legions to our core territories to prevent chaos. The yellow embroidered guard should do their job and find traces of all the rebels," said the Prime Minister, looking at the commander of the yellow embroidered guard. "As the Earth Emperor's shadow, these guys have become useless recently. Our main objective is to calm down the situation until the Emperor can free himself from the constant invasion and primordial chaos. Once he returns, all our troubles will be dealt with. It would be best if we had an idea of how long it will take before the Emperor returns," commented a minister, making people secretly give the Prime Minister a look. If anyone knew such a thing, it would be him. Unfortunately, the only response they received was the Prime Minister breaking etiquette by shrugging his shoulders. However, who dares admonish him for his actions? As a peak Empyrean and the man the Emperor trusted the most, he had more power than even the Crown Prince. "That's it for?" Pellang paused as he looked in the distance. Then, he continued without any explanation. "Now, let's end today's meeting. If something new occurs, we will meet again." Everyone looked at each other before secretly shaking their heads. They waited until the Crown Prince left the courtroom before everybody exited. Pellang did the same, slowly walking home. His pace was slow but steady, showing no signs he was in a hurry. Close to an hour later, he finally reached home and went through the normal procedure of returning after the court. He met his wife and 2 children and ate together. After checking their cultivation progress, Pellang headed to his cultivation room. As soon as he sat on the cushion at the center, numerous invisible formations activated, turning this area into a place that even paragons could not spy on. Pelang's demeanor changed, becoming more heroic and full of energy. A screen appeared before him, showing him an elderly leader. "Old Ma, did something happen recently to our movement?" "What do you mean?" I sense a great change in our destiny. So, something must have triggered it. Leader, many things have happened recently, so you must be more specific. Pei Lang frowned as he took a moment to calculate the source of the changes he felt. The result was a little blurry, but he did find something. It should be related to the Golden Crow clan, he said. Let me check. A few minutes later, Old Ma's eyes lit up. Found it. Someone from the lower dimension wanted to get in contact with us, and they used the Golden Crow clan as a proxy. The lower dimension is closed, so how did they contact us? Asked Pei Lang. That's what got our notice, replied Old Ma. Not everyone can contact the revolution, let alone deal with core members. However, this anomaly is what made them interested in contacting the lower dimension. Let me deal with the situation. Is this a good idea? Asked Old Ma. The situation is tense, and it's not worth the risk of revealing your identity. It's just a shell. If necessary, I can abandon it, replied Pei Lang calmly, not caring in the slightest about all the power and honor that came with his current position. Even so, the world is experiencing a drastic change of era. If we don't take this opportunity to rise, we will be left behind once the new era begins. Pei Lang understood clearly what the current chaos represented: the fall of the 8 moons. However, this was just a prelude, as the real era will involve the return of these mythical characters from the Golden Age and the battle between the 2 suns. As for their revolution, they are nothing but pawns in this larger game. They can become chess players or important pieces in the next era if they play their cards correctly. If not, they will be swept by the tide of the time. Since you insist, I will send you the contact method, Old Ma said with a deep sigh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 989. Strange deal. Wang Wei looked at the man opposite him. He was burly, displaying his overgrown muscles. At first, the man's eyes indicated he was the king of people who only used his muscles but not his brain. However, upon closer observation, Wang Wei could tell the cunning, almost devilish light flashed deep in his eyes. "How may I address you?" asked Wang Wei after a few seconds of observation. Pei Lang did not immediately answer, as he also observed the person who wanted to contact them. The communication was long distance, separated by dimensions, but his senses could tell how powerful he was. Probably between 60 to 65% Grandau source, or maybe more, he thought, slightly surprised despite not showing it. It was not easy for people to reach more than the 6-fold battle realm, let alone do it in the lower dimension. Most people who can reach more than 7-fold are great emperors who have re-established their Tao foundation to be on par with 9 extremity and also have access to countless resources and source techniques. Pei Lang did not expect the person who wanted to contact was an unparalleled genius who broke all common sense of the upper dimension. How talented is this kid? He thought, trying to remain calm. You may address me as Empyrean Jimin. Jimin? The characters for this word can mean many things like swift, nimble, and clever. Is his Tao related to speed, or maybe an assassin or spy? Analyzed Wang Wei. The name is Emperor Wang, from the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei did not dare say his emperor title, since his current self cannot bear such a title. In the lower dimension, it's fine if he's arrogant and claims he has dominated fate, but he won't say such a stupid thing in the upper dimension until he's at least a paragon. Better yet, until he reaches the peak of that realm. As for his heavenly emperor title, he also did not want to reveal it to this person lest it spread. After all, according to his calculations, the Earth Emperor should be very interested in the Heavenly Emperor's karmic position. As such, although he wanted to have a good relationship, he had to worry about the possibility that this person was not trustworthy or there might be spies from the 8 parasites amidst the revolutionary. Emperor Wang? You're from the Wang clan? It should be, replied Wang Wei, and Empyrean Jimin became slighter and more serious. The Wang clan is considered one of the most blessed families in the Eternal Ascension world because of their 2 ancestors, Qiyuan and Heaven Opening. One clan has given birth to 2 primal paragons, beings capable of killing pinnacle boundless paragons, beings who have truly reached the limit of the paragon realm without much or any room for improvement. Fortunately, the Wang clan was divided. Otherwise, the title of the most powerful clan would belong to them. With his kid's displayed talent, once he has the opportunity, he should be the third, thought Pei Lang, sighing deeply internally. It's an honor to meet fellow Daoist, said Pei Lang with a smile. I cannot accept such a title, Emperorian Jimin. Moreover, my family's honor and glory have nothing to do with me currently, replied Wang Wei as he shook his head. He knew his limits and when to respect powerhouses. The feeling this person gave him was that he could easily kill him with one finger, and even if he entered the taboo realm, the result might be the same. Has his strength reached 89% Grandao source? Analyzed Wang Wei, thinking the latter was a peak Emperorian. No, he might be even more powerful. There should be a second bottleneck between 89 and 90% Grandao source, just like the one between 69 and 70% Grandao source. And this one should be even more difficult to overcome. However, after taking into consideration the political situation of the upper dimension, Wang Wei realized it was possible for some people's understanding to be higher than their cultivation. Emperorians do not only need to comprehend 90% of their Grand Dao source to enter the Paragon realm. No, that's only the first step. Their soul must reach that level, along with the luck level, Dao heart, immemorial tribulation, and other things. Only with these things could they experience a third Grand Dao, source baptism, similar to the ones when they become great emperors, to become paragons. However, without these other things, it's possible for someone to continue to comprehend the Grand Dao source to 91, 92, or even higher percentages. The process will be extremely slow compared to even if they enter the Paragon realm, and they will not be able to control their powers without a Paragon soul, but it's still possible. Many peak Emperorians cannot cast their Paragon soul or survive the tribulation because of fear of being killed. However, despite the extreme difficulty, they can still continue comprehending their Grand Dao source. Wang Wei could picture the upper dimension more clearly. Factions under the parasites do not dare to continue comprehending their Dao out of fear their cultivation level will garner the ear of their leader. Meanwhile, other people do not dare to enter higher realms but continue their comprehension so that once they have an opportunity for a breakthrough, their cultivation will be much higher. Pei Lang was not surprised by this answer. As an emperor bred in the lower dimension, such a mindset of not relying on his family's name and glory was normal. Regardless of how you feel, it is indeed an honor to meet a junior of the Wang clan who lives up to their ancestors' glory. Wang Wei smiled calmly. Emperorian Jimin, let's get directly to business since our communication cannot last long. Yes, let's get to business. You contacted us. I wonder why. I want to make a deal. Oh, I'm listening. Your cause should be in need of talented individuals, correct? Pei Lang gave him an odd look, wondering where he was going with this. That's right. In my generation, many geniuses with eternal level talents have failed their battle. How about I send them to fight for your cause in exchange for certain rare upper dimension resources? That's a strange request, to say the least. From my understanding, the upper dimension does not lack heaven's will, and that's exactly what these talents need, explained Wang Wei. Furthermore, many of these talents are descended from powerful factions in the upper dimension. If you use them correctly, your cause could garner the secret funding of these factions. Pei Lang, with his massive arms crossed, did not immediately answer. With a frown, he took a few seconds before asking a few questions. First, why not directly contact the faction behind them? You should understand that they have too many eyes on them, even more than your evolution. Pei Lang had to agree with this statement. Compared to their cause, these rulers were more scared of these ancient factions, believing they were the biggest threat to their reign. As such, they forced them to seal themselves while closely watching them. If these factions suddenly received eternal emperor-level geniuses and those from the lower dimension, the moons might immediately attack them. Pei Lang gave Wang Wei a look. This person has a deeper understanding of the current situation than I anticipated. Second question, will these people be willing to fight for us? It's a trade. I will tell them the cause and effect and have them choose. That would be the best. Pei Lang knew the worst-case scenario was to force these geniuses to their cause, so it would be ideal if they chose to participate. Final question, are you sure you can send people and receive items from us? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly, and Pei Lang frowned. Numerous thoughts flashed in his eyes. In this situation, only one of the sons and true heavenly Tao could allow for such an exchange. If it's the latter, then this kid has great connections, and it's also a sign that the divide between the two sons has reached a breaking point. If it's the former, then this kid is the one with the destiny to end this era. Pei Lang's eyes lit up as he finally understood why the destiny of their movement changed so drastically. He controlled his thoughts before continuing. Our cause indeed values those geniuses. Pei Lang knew true heavenly Tao had a special inkling for great emperors from the lower dimension, especially eternal emperors. It would bless them and ensure they can reach their peak. According to a statistic he knew of the old era, the percentage of eternal emperors who fail to become everlasting and boundless paragons is much higher from geniuses in the upper dimension than those from below. During the Golden Age, the majority of primal paragons originated from the lower dimension. So, he knew in this upcoming chaos, if true heavenly Tao continued to bless them, it would be possible for these geniuses to follow Emperor Kong's path and become Empyreans and even paragons in the shortest time possible, allowing them to rise in the upcoming era. With their destinies added to our cause, our chances of success will drastically increase, and I can take this opportunity to become a chess player in the next era. After realizing the benefits, Pei Lang immediately agreed to this deal and negotiated the price of these geniuses with Wang Wei. Then, they choose a drop place to deliver these people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990, Sagehood Path. Now that our business is done and still have some time, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Asked Wang Wei. You can ask, but there is no guarantee that I will answer. That's fair. My question is regarding Emperor Kong. No, he should be Emperor Kong now. What's his relationship with your movement? Emperor Kong? From my knowledge, we have tried to contact him, but he has always rejected our offer, replied Pei Lang calmly, and Wang Wei gave him a look. This guy can decide about this trade so easily, so his status and power in the rebellion should be critical. So, he should know the answer to my question. In a moment, he concluded the latter was probably lying. All right, let me ask the question in another way. Based on the little information I've gathered, I've deduced that Emperor Kong should have a unique status in the world, to the point that none of the 7 moons wish to harm him and even treat him with some respect. Can you tell me why? Oh, that's easy. It's because he is an Emperor with a 2nd-level golden body of merit, replied Pei Lang. Golden body of merit? As the name implied, it's a unique blessing for people who have accomplished great things in the world and acquired a significant amount of merit, explained Pei Lang. The golden body of merit is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the tiers of the immortal stage. A first-step body will be extremely useful for any immortal path, granting them protection and blessing. Of course, that is not its greatest use. Anyone who kills someone with a golden body of merit will be cursed by terrible bad luck. How bad? Let me give you an example. If an emperor has a 3rd-level body of merit, even a paragon will be cursed to death after killing them. So strong. Yes. So, a 2nd level could cause the death of an Emperor? Correct. So, what about Emperor Kong? Asked Wang Wei. The merit body system is also based on a person's cultivation. For example, Kong is an Emperor with a 2nd-level body, so even early and middle-stage paragons must be wary of the backlash for killing him. If he were only a great emperor with a 2nd-level body, he would not be a threat to them? unless he had a third-level golden merit body. Wang Wei processed the information he received. So, what will happen after he becomes a paragon? By then, even late-stage paragons won't be able to bear the backlash for killing him. So, only peak paragon can kill him? Yes, and even they might suffer if not careful. What if he had a third-stage golden body of merit? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve such a thing? I don't know, but my question still stands. Pei Lang looked directly at his eyes, trying to understand why he wanted to know so much. He wondered whether there was a secret behind this. With a third-level golden body of merit, no one could touch such a supreme sage, even primal paragons. Primal paragon? You don't need to know about this. Wang Wei nodded and did not ask. After hearing these terms, the book that Wu Hong left for him changed as many of the seals were lifted. The new pages contained more information about primal paragons and the golden body of merit, including the benefits like a blessing in cultivation and excellent effect against dark creatures or cultivators with negative karma. You mentioned the word sage, continued Wang Wei. The path of sagehood is another alternative path of immortality. Individuals can dedicate their lives to improving the world and gathering merit. Once they succeed, they can summon a heaven will to prove the Tao and eventually condense a golden body of merit. This path is arduous as it involves increasing cultivation level and the golden body of merit. An interesting and potent path, commented Wang Wei. It was probably more popular in ancient times when the world was new and more easily influenceable. According to ancient records, that was the case, replied Pei Lang, elevating his evaluation of Wang Wei to a higher level. Is Emperor Kong walking the path of ancient sage? Most likely. How did he condense a second-level golden body of merit? I don't think the concept of academy is enough for that, since the upper dimension should already have it. Although Emperor Kong revived the world with the academy, he was not the only one who created it in the lower dimension. So, this thing should have long existed in the upper dimension. Emperor Kong first became famous after convincing these people to revive the concept of the academy. Revive? Yes, they had previously destroyed it to prevent ordinary people from gaining access to cultivation. But he revived it. How did he do that? What do you think? Asked Pei Lang instead of answering. He convinced them with benefit, allowing them to use the academy for their benefit. Correct. The Earth Emperor was the first to support this decision since the academy was vital for cultivating talent for the Great Chu divine dynasty. The fact he could convince them was a testament to his ability, praised Wang Wei, convinced by Emperor Kong's diplomatic abilities and iron will and state of mind that he was willing to be in bed with the enemy. Well, no eternal emperor is ever simple, let alone the ones from the myriad emperor world that are blessed by the world, thought Wang Wei. Was a revival of the academy enough for him to condense a second-level merit body? No, but that's where his scheming mind takes place, explained Pei Lang. The revival only allowed him to condense the first grade. However, he became low-key immediately, almost disappearing from the world. When he reappeared, he was one of the youngest, everlasting Emperorians in the world, and with a second-level golden body of merit. No one actually knows what he did to achieve this, and it has been a great mystery that even these people wish to discover. Hee, a wise move, commented Wang Wei. He now had protection against these people. However, his every move was monitored. That sounds like a bad thing, but if they focus too much on him, it should give room for others to move and do things. Wang Wei gave Emperor Jimin a look, and the little one had to make a great effort to control himself and prevent his micro-expressions from revealing any information. The latter was correct, as their movement benefited immensely from the era when Emperor Kong was in the limelight. Wang Wei saw his reactions and confirmed Emperor Kong was related to their cause, even if it was indirectly. This kid is definitely a Tao Lord and even a Tao Overlord. Now that I think about it, he did not even reveal his proper name, which could have revealed his Tao. Is that what he was trying to hide? Is there anything else you would like to know? Pei Lang suddenly felt it was not the best idea to continue this conversation. Otherwise, he might reveal too much information. Although they were now allies, today was their first meeting, so being cautious was a good thing. Yes, I want to know whether Su Junyao is connected to your cause. Pei Lang almost thought they had traitors amidst them. If this person was not in the lower dimension, and the current Dao opening sect was not in the situation to intervene in the world, he would have thought his resistance was already infiltrated. How do you even know this name? He asked instead of answering. A while ago, a few geniuses from the upper dimension came here, one of whom was her apprentice. Pei Lang frowned as he remembered this event. The Earth Emperor sent his secret daughter to the lower dimension on a mission. However, the latter never revealed the purpose of the mission. If I remember correctly, his apprentice disappeared around this time. Some events finally made sense to Pei Lang. Why are you asking about her? How did you come to this conclusion? Well, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. What man would not be tempted? Pei Lang did not believe these words. He did not see any desire in this man's eyes, only curiosity, and most of it was properly due to his wish to gather information. As for how I came to this conclusion, it was more of a guess. Guess. Yes, she was such a beautiful woman, and yet none of the men of these 7 forcefully took possession of her. Furthermore, she could protect her apprentice to live for a long time despite his talent. She would never be simple. Many people believe Su Junyao is indeed a vase, but she was indeed not a simple woman. Pei Lang knew Su Junyao, including one of the biggest secrets she hid from the world, including these 8 people. She was an everlasting Empyrean. Sadly, she has nothing to do with our cause. We do not want to be entangled with her. She's too much trouble. Su Junyao was the embodiment that the extreme of something may not be a good thing. Her beauty was the source of too much trouble. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei. Well, thank you for answering my questions. It's fine. This experience was a great way to strengthen our partnership. Indeed, the two briefly chatted before ending the conversation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei no longer contained his excitement. That's it. That's how I can protect myself from him, he thought. If I can condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit, or even create the 4th level, maybe even half-step transcendence will not dare easily kill me. Plus, there's also the possibility that merit could directly lead to half-step transcendence. The idea was not as easy to accomplish as it sounded. By the time he ascends, he has an absolute belief he will condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit. The issue is to go beyond that. The issue's core is whether I can drastically change the upper dimension as I did the lower dimension. However, in such a vast and ancient world, things will not be as easy as they sound. Now that he had a direction, Wang Wei created many possible ways to achieve his goal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991 Fight Eternal Ascension World Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang was still in his cultivation room, deep in thought after the conversation. The destined one, huh? He thought. It would be a great opportunity to steal his life. Unfortunately, it's too risky. If Emperor Wang were a regular cultivator with strength on the lower end of the Great Emperor realm and had no background, he would have taken the risk. With his strength, as long as his plan was meticulous enough, he had a high chance of succeeding. Sadly, the latter's strength was too close to the Empyrean realm. He knew if he tried something, Emperor Wang's destiny would have activated, allowing him to use the strength of the Empyrean realm, which was enough even to injure him. Additionally, he knew one of the Dao opening sects, 4 primal paragons, was not dead. Although she seemed severely injured, and even her strength had dropped, it was not something he could deal with. And if he took the Dao opening sect connection, like Empress Wu, it would be a stupid decision to make this kid into his enemy when he did not need to. It's simply not worth it, concluded Pei Lang before contacting Old Ma. We need to hurry our footsteps and be more aggressive. Sir, is this wise? We have already caused too much chaos and caught the attention of too many people, warned Old Ma. Don't worry. Destiny is on our side. Old Ma seemed to have thought something. Don't say anything. All right, he said with a bright smile. Is there anything else? Yes. Tell everything to prepare. I will break through soon. Old Man's eyes grew larger. Sir, it's too dangerous. Over the years, how many people have tried to break through secretly? However, they will all be discovered by the Seven, and if their method is clever, the two sons will always find them. If Mother Mithria had discovered them, depending on the situation, she would only prevent the breakthrough. But if it's the other, death is the only thing left for them. No, it's the right time. As soon as I ended the conversation, I felt my opportunity was coming. Old Ma was still worried. He did not dare to doubt the intuition of a powerful cultivator, but given the situation, he could not help it. Look at your response, said Peilang, shaking his head. These people have put fear in the hearts of all sentient beings. Someone must stand up and show the people there is still light and hope. So, even if I fail, I will win. As you wish, sir, said Old Man, bowing deeply to the leader with determined eyes. The conversation ended, and Peilan stood silently in his room. He was not an altruistic person or a hero. He only started this revolution with other people because he refused to bow down to these lucky people. It's also because he saw an opportunity for fame, glory, and power, even if the danger was astronomical. As such, his actions did not truly bring hope to the people. If I can succeed in becoming a paragon, true heavenly Tao would definitely reward me with plenty of merit. The world was currently in a dark age and needed someone to bring people hope and ignite their passion. I need to plan carefully in case something happens so that I can escape and survive. Now is the best time for his breakthrough. One of the 8 disappeared, most likely running away to avoid the catastrophe. The remaining people were stuck fighting countless invasions from other chaos worlds. Although I don't know why the foreign world suddenly wishes to attack us, it doesn't matter to me for now. The only problem is with these two. According to his analysis, there is a major split between the two sons. Even before then, they had major contradictions, but they still worked together for a long time. But now, they seem to have turned into enemies. These two were the only true problem. However, my intuition told me that an opportunity for enlightening was coming. So, did something happen again with them? Pei Lang could not analyze more information, so he could only wait. So, he chose to focus on another task. He took a communication talisman and sent information to someone. She should be interested in this news, thought Pei Lang. Refusing to acknowledge, he contacted her as an excuse to talk to the most beautiful woman in the world. Huh? She actually replied? He thought with a smile, knowing his bet had worked. However, he did not talk for long as he sensed something. His gaze penetrated the walls and looked at the sky. He swiftly turned into the Prime Minister and rushed out of the room. Eternal Ascension World, Dark Truth, Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and the surroundings trembled slightly. His eyes looked at the conversation between Wang Wei and Pei Lang. Two pests meet and rapidly turn into a bigger pest, he thought, his eyes cold and indifferent as always. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. If not for another power blocking his intent, trillions of worlds and cosmos would have perished because of his simple desire to kill. While Supreme Unity was in a bad mood, Mithria had a grin on the corner of her mouth. Two people she valued very much were meeting, plotting the destruction of this new era. She watched the entire conversation, including what Pei Lang said to Old Ma afterward. I did not waste so much effort to shield you, she thought. Supreme Unity or his cronies would have long warned the Earth Emperor of Pei Lang's true identity if not for her protection. The chessboard has been established. Although I now appear to have the advantage, Supreme Unity has not revealed his true trump cards yet, she analyzed. She overviewed everything she did and calculated endless possibilities. In the current situation, what is the best move I can make? The moment she asked herself that question, she had the answer. Remove his direct access to the game. That's the best way to ensure things proceed smoothly. Methria did not waste time and stood up from her position. Then, she released her aura. "What's the meaning of this?" asked Supreme Unity indifferently. "Please enlighten me," she said calmly, hands clasped and playing with a wooden prayer bead. Supreme Unity immediately knew her intentions. Remove him from a stage to give these people the breathing room to act. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to accept a ridiculous move. She did not care as much about the Eternal Ascension world as he did. If she had the choice, she would not hesitate to weaken the entire Chaos world to defeat him drastically, but he could not take such a risk. "You don't care about the dark truth anymore." "You and I know the involvement of the dark truth is beyond our grade," she replied calmly. "Furthermore, the dark truth may not necessarily be bad." "Fine," groaned Supreme Unity as he slowly stood up. He had long expected this possible outcome, so he was prepared. As such, it was not guaranteed he would lose this chess game. He took one last look at the world before disappearing. Methria followed him, and the two began a legendary battle. As soon as they started battling, countless scary eyes gazed at this battlefield, the weakest of whom were on par with these two. Some of the spectators were beings that those who did not even notice were watching. Origin's Seal Continent. Wu Hong appeared next to the Sword Empress. "She's gone." "Yes," replied the Sword Empress. "Worry about her. Worry won't do anything." "If you say so." "What are you going to do?" "Start reviving them." "Are you sure this is a good idea?" asked Wu Hong. Supreme Unity has been adamant about preventing them from returning. It could be argued it's his bottom line. "Maybe you're right, but I cannot let that stop me from trying." "All right, but you still need to remain low-key. It's probably best not to return to your sect." "That's what I was planning," nodded the Sword Empress before looking in the distance. "I'm still worried about the foreign invasions. No cultivators like foreigners to invade their world and cause chaos." So, despite the current situation, she was worried about the state of the world. If the invasion is successful, the situation will indeed become more complicated, analyzed Wu Hong. Right now, news of their fight should still be a secret. But once it's revealed, they will stop their temptation and send real powerhouses. Logically speaking, Supreme Unity should not let these people mess around in his territory. But who knows what he might do if he's pushed to a corner. "The bigger picture is his ambition," continued Wu Hong. "Once he deals with his problem, the next step in his ascension of power should be to swallow the true heavenly Tao of other source chaos worlds. So, to prepare beforehand, he might use these invaders as pawns." "Is that possible?" "We don't know the limit of his transcendence method, but as long as there is a small possibility, we must prepare." The Sword Empress groaned. "Was it all right for us to open the path of transcendence? Even if we didn't, someone else would have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 992 Worldchanging Expo Myriad Emperor World Heavenly Court. Wang Wei took the merit-proving method and read for another time. He did not expect this technique to have such a grand origin. He wondered what other wanderers a Sagehood path had, but the information in the book Wu Hong left him was basic, more in the line to give him a certain understanding. He put the technique away before looking in the distance. It's been such a while, but no reaction. So, all evidence shows that Methria is indeed on our side and is protecting me. He did not think he could hide his conversation with Empyrean Jimin from Supreme Unity. However, just like the revolution was not instantly annihilated, the current situation was indicative that he was also protected and did not need to worry about the wrath of a half-step transcendence. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before checking on the world. Based on his observation, he soon realized the profession of the world was undergoing a renaissance. After Tong Rubing's invention of the talisman weapon, the other professions felt the need to innovate. The array masters immediately latched into Wu Ming's totem warrior path, trying to perfect it as soon as possible. Alchemists or pill refiners tried to innovate, focusing on Wang Wei's previous flaw, innate pill. However, there was no progress despite the creation of many innate pills. Sadly, their success was due to absorbing innate chi in the environment, not because they recreated how heaven and earth refined innate pills. As a result, Hoshu's material alchemy had a new resurgence as alchemists focused more on this underdeveloped field. Weapon refiners were the weakest of the group as they had no new ideas for innovation. So, they took inspiration from Chun and began focusing on creating extremely large weapon creations. For example, creating an entire city that is an origin weapon. Even minor professions like puppetry had a boost as the concept of flesh puppets suddenly became popular. Wang Wei looked at everything with a satisfied smile. It's time for Liling and the Dao opening sect to take the stage in this age of innovation. He sent an order, and soon afterward, Yin Liling left the retreat. Not long after her appearance, another worldwide announcement in the dream world similar to Tong Ruobing appeared. The alchemists all over the world were excited. In this generation, each primary profession had a prodigy that represented the peak of that field. Yin Liling was for alchemists, just like Tong Ruobing was for talisman makers. Now that Yin Liling appeared in the same fashion as Tong Ruobing, they knew something major would appear. They were right. She first introduced the automatic cauldron to the world, shocking people as to how much such an invention would revolutionize the world, not in a good way. The way these alchemists saw this invention was something that would replace them, rendering them useless. Well, even if it did not do that, it would still lower their status and value in the world. If Yin Liling was not from such a powerful faction with the Heavenly Emperor behind her, they would have killed her at all costs and destroyed that so-called heaven and earth mechanical cauldron. Yin Liling noticed how these people felt during this expo, so she reassured them this product would not replace alchemists. On the contrary, they would become more valuable. The device could not function without the recipe, so alchemists will develop more in that direction. She then announces that the cauldron will become a new setting in the dream world simply called alchemy. Anyone can pay to refine a pill. However, unlike before, where all transactions only use dream coins, this setting requires actual payment. Non-alchemists, especially loose cultivators and people from weak factions, were the most excited by this development. From now on, as long as they have the material and the fee, they won't have to worry about finding an alchemist to refine pills for them. The alchemists finally could not hide their anger and hatred. Such a new development was definitely targeting their profession. However, Yin Liling did not care about their reaction as she continued. The news she revealed next still shocked the world. The creation of immortal runes. From now on, a new class above Quasi-Emperor tier? Immortal tier alchemist. Tong Ruobing did not hide her immortal rune system, publishing its basics to the public. She also left a recording in the dream world of her refining an immortal tier pill called Qi Replenishing Pill, which helps immortal sovereigns rapidly recover their lost immortal qi. The world of alchemy was shocked, with many people believing this video was fake. It was created from the home setting of the dream world. Unfortunately, the purple merit that descended on the Dao opening sect showed them it was true. For so many years, alchemists have wanted to break this limit and refine immortal pills. According to lost records, some talented alchemists might have succeeded, and there are signs that such a thing was more common before the Null Era. However, no one had actually created a replicable system until Yin Liling. Immediately after the Expo, most upper echelon alchemists forgot about the issue with the automated cauldron. They dedicated all their time and effort to refining an immortal tier pill. Although Yin Liling warned them the threshold to become an immortal tier alchemist was extremely high, those people had confidence because of one thing: the dream world. Although they had to repay for immortal tier simulation, most of these alchemists were rich or had powerful factions to back them, so they could afford the price of millions of attempts. They all had the attitude that even if their talent were not on par, they would use hard work and unlimited resources to pill themselves to become an immortal alchemist. After all, if they succeed, the reward will not be simple wealth and glory. With the right pill, they can extend their lifespan to the limit of mortals. Their strength might reach a new height, along with many other advantages. While the world of alchemy was experiencing drastic change, the Tao opening sect struck again with another exhibition. They revealed two unfinished projects, an automatic weapon refining cauldron and creating the ultimate array. The other professions who were reveling in the fact that the alchemist era was coming to an end received a system shock after this announcement. Luckily, the project was incomplete, leaving room for them to improve. Now, they faced a dilemma. Should they participate in the creation of this project, receive merit, and leave their name in the annals of history, or ignore it and hope it never gets finished? Ultimately, these people could not resist the temptation of wealth and fame. Many talented and accomplished array master and weapon refiners signed up for the project. After being tested, the Tao opening sect selected the best to work on the project. Heavenly Court. Is it true when they say power is charming? I haven't seen you in a while, but you look more handsome, big brother, said Yin Liling with a smile. I've been thinking about this too. Recently, I have found it difficult to stop staring at myself in the mirror, replied Wang Wei as he gave her a hug. They sat opposite each other and served tea. How did the exhibition feel? Were you nervous? Not really, at least not until these people wanted to kill me, sighed Yin Liling. Although I expected this response, I did not expect it would be to this degree. Luckily, I diverted their interest to the new immortal rune system. Otherwise, the backlash from this reveal would have been more severe. Great progress that revolutionized any field is rarely done so peacefully, said Wang Wei calmly. The automatic cauldron is the future of the world. It will impact how resources are distributed, the rising path of regular cultivators, and even how future wars are fought. Once the idea appears in the world, it's impossible for these people to stop its development. True, but if for your strength and support, they could delay it for thousands of generations, if not more. Wang Wei agreed to that statement. Despite how ancient it is, the cultivator world has not changed much since its inception. At first, this anomaly seemed odd, but it's understandable when you think about it logically. Few people can accept drastic and constant changes in their lives. So, with the cultivator world having immortal beings that have lived for far too long, it made sense these people would not easily allow the world to change. Whether out of a necessity to maintain their power and control, or because of a sense of familiarity, changes are usually not a good thing for them. As such, many of them spend too much time trying to maintain the status quo. So, what's your next plan? Asked Wang Wei. I have to help the sect modify the immortal system to function for other professions, replied Yin Liling. Her immortal runes were designed specifically for pill refining, but with some fine-tuning, they could be changed to aid the other professions. Afterward, I will prepare to face the heaven chosen of the endless void. Her goal is to be number one on the list of young alchemists and among the top 10 alchemists of the lower dimension. With the luck and destinies of these two lists, she won't have much of a problem after proving the Tao. That's an excellent plan. Before I open the list of professions, I will recreate the imprint of all famous pill emperors in the lower dimension, and you can learn from them first. Yin Liling's eyes lit up after hearing this. If she could hear the sermon and watch countless pill emperors refine pills, her alchemy Tao would reach an imaginable level, and she might have a chance to dominate these two lists. She smiled, thinking how wonderful it was to have an overpowered big brother who controlled the power of fate. The things he can do and the advantages he can give her are simply wonderful. The two talked and spent a few days together before returning to their busy schedule. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993 Alliance. After his talk with Yin Liling, Wang Wei returned to his cultivation as he silently watched over the world. However, it did not take him long before he received a summon from the steward and had to send a projection to another community. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect. The Dharma Sword Sect was once one of the best factions in this world. However, in this generation, They cultivated their first eternal emperor and a truly peerless talent. Today, all the upper echelons of the sect, including the one from the immortal realm, waited outside Swordheart Mountain. Countless eyes gazed at the metallic mountain that was composed of trillions of swords and was emanating a terrifying Tao rhyme that any swordsman would salivate over. Has it been confirmed that the sect master will exit his retreat today? Asked a supreme elder in the quasi-emperor realm. That's what the ancestors said, so it should be true, replied another supreme elder. All we have to do is wait. Everyone nodded and remained quiet. More than half an hour later, a supreme sword will manifest it above the sky before turning into Do rhymes that fused with Swordheart Mountain. A few seconds later, Ji Lanfang appeared in white clothes before them. His aura was peaceful and less restrained, appearing as if he had returned to his carefree nature in his youth. However, they would be mistaken if someone had this notion about him. Underneath that carefree attitude was unparalleled power and confidence. What is it with all this fanfare? Did something happen? Asked Ji Lanfang. He usually does not like these over-the-top ceremonies, and these people knew this. But for all of them to appear here showed their anxiety. Fanger, something happened that needs you to make a decision, said an elderly man with no eyebrows. For many reasons, no one would dare make fun of this man despite his odd look. Firstly, he cultivated a monster apprentice, like Ji Lanfang or the Sword Flash Emperor. Although Kong Bolin claimed he rarely taught his apprentice anything and did not like to take too much credit for the latter's success, it did not change. He was the one who discovered Ji Lanfang and introduced him to the way of the sword. Secondly, despite failing his generation's battle, Kong Bolin was also a great swordsman known as the Righteous Heartsword God. His title was due to his accomplishments and also his personality. For example, his eyebrows are gone because he made a non-binding bet with someone once and lost. So, he kept his word despite having multiple opportunities to grow them back without the world seeing him any differently. In the end, what exactly happened? Asked Ji Lanfang, who instantly scanned the entire Immortal Ascension world and did not find any trouble, changes, or chaos. Let's go to the hall to discuss, said Kong Bolin, and the group immediately headed to the sect master hall. A delegate from the Tao opening sect arrived a while ago. He explained immediately as soon as his adopted son sat on the chair. The Tao opening sect? Muttered Ji Lanfang as he observed his left hand. Different from his right, the skin on his left hand was gray, making the entire aesthetic of his body slightly odd and appealing at the same time. After his battle with Wang Tian, he lost his arm to the power of nothingness. However, such a disability did not stop him as he suppressed his generation with one arm. After proving the Tao, he did not immediately regenerate his arm. Instead, he spent time gathering the power of nothingness to condense a new arm capable of withstanding the power of that strike, and maybe even going beyond. I'm guessing it's not a simple invite since all of you are so riled up, he stated. You're correct. They want an alliance between our two worlds, but that's not the key issue. Oh, so Wang Wei was indeed the final winner. Well, it would be surprising if he did not win. Focus, said Kong Bolin. Oh, right, you said this was not the crux of the issue. So what was it? The Heavenly Emperor karmic position, replied Kong Bolin before explaining everything to his adopted son. Ji Lanfang was quiet after hearing everything before saying, I have no interest in the Heavenly Emperor position. However, it is indeed a good way to accelerate my cultivation, he commented. This comment did not surprise people since they understood their sect master quite well. Why did the Tao opening sect reveal such important news so easily? Asked Ji Lanfang. The alliance was not even established, yet they granted them this information for free. According to the ambassador, news about the position was leaked to a few dozen heaven-will world. So, the information is not as valuable as we thought. No, knowing Wang Wei, he won't ask us for an alliance with such useless news. That's correct. The ambassador claimed their leader was the first person to open this path, and anyone who came afterward had to pay him compensation. As allies, we don't have to pay. Pay compensation? How did he ensure people would definitely pay? According to them, he cursed the entire position. So, anyone who refuses to pay will suffer a fate worse than death. Curse the entire position. Ji Lanfang frowned after hearing this. It's not impossible to do such a thing, but it would require Wang Wei to secretly travel to all 3,800 heaven world will and cast that curse. However, his intuition as a swordsman told him things were not so simple. He closed his eyes as he tried to deduce some information. However, over the years, he had studied countless sword techniques, including the Sword of Fate, which can be used for divination and affect a person's fate, or the causality sword, that is guaranteed to hit his opponent no matter the circumstance. What a terrifying curse, exclaimed Ji Lanfang as he opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. Fanger, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm just surprised how powerful he was. Even you can't defeat him. If that curse is an indication of his power, I doubt anyone in the lower dimension is his opponent. So scary. Ji Lanfang did not say anything else. Words alone cannot describe the terror of that curse. His master did not continue on this topic, so he asked instead, "What do you think? It's fine to ally with them. I've always believed Wang Wei was ambitious and had grand plans. With his ruthlessness, he won't hesitate to deal with us if we get in his way. So cruel. No, he still values family and friendship. So, he would probably seal or exile me for his father's sake. However, I don't know how he would treat the sect. So, what you're saying is we should use his rise to get as many benefits as possible." "Correct. Sect Master, may I say something?" said another Supreme Elder. "Don't be so restrained. We are swordsmen, so be bold." "All right. My concern resonates with the Sect Master's words. We are swordsmen, so our mind needs to keep a certain level of purity and alienation toward the mundane world. I'm worried that our alliance with the Tao Opening Sect will have an adverse effect, especially if we focus too much on pursuing profit." "That's a valid concern," nodded Ji Lanfang. "The main reason I accepted the alliance so easily is because of the revival of the ultimate swordsmanship path in the next generation. That time is when our sect can truly rise and benefit the most. However, I won't be present then, so we might have to rely on the Tao Opening Sect to guarantee our benefit. The ultimate sword path has almost ruined their sect due to internal contradictions. Luckily, the sect master proved the Tao and ensured the transition of the sect with minimal loss. However, despite this change, the extreme sword path has not died yet, with some reckless and stubborn people remaining. No one knows what these people will do once Ji Lanfang leaves, so he must prepare for the true rise of the extreme sword path in the next generation. As long as the sect master has this in his heart," nodded the Supreme Elder. "Since it's decided, let's discuss how to establish the court," continued Kong Bolin. "According to the ambassador, other factions will intervene in the process, and Wang Wei offers his help if we need it, but at a price. From how you speak, it seems they have encountered a similar situation before." "Yes, in the Star Beast world." "Mulei?" asked Ji Lanfang, remembering the deception trial. "Yes, him. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, we can deal with the chaos as long as everyone does not immediately surround us." He was an eternal supreme with a fourfold battle realm, so dealing with a dozen immortal sovereigns was not a problem. "In that case, let's plan things slowly and perfectly," said Kong Bolin with a wide smile, making him look even weirder without his eyebrows. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 994, The Demon Suppression Emperor Demon Supremacy World, now called Human Faith World. The steward stood in a magnificent purple-gold castle that shone with immortal lights and Tao rhymes. However, despite his surroundings, his gaze was not on this world, but on a battle outside of this plane. "This fight is about to stop," he commented. "Your Excellency, do you know who won?" asked Daoist Greenheart, who looked younger and happier than ever. Your Demon Suppression Emperor is much weaker than the opponent. However, he is battle-tested, and his sword has a natural suppression against the enemy, so he should be able to force her back. That's good, he sighed in relief. Now that the situation is settled, could you tell us why Lord Lord Wang Wei sent you to contact us? Taoist Greenheart remembered the young man who changed the destiny of this world. With his meticulous planning and brilliant mind, he destroyed an entire civilization in a matter of a few months. The man paved the way for humans to rise in this world and become the protagonist. Once the Emperor returns, you'll know my purpose, replied the steward. He could tell Taoist Greenheart's political power in this world was because he was the master of the Demon Suppression Emperor, not because of his strength or talent. As such, he would be respectful to the latter, but would not discuss important matters with the latter. That's fine, replied Taoist Greenheart with a wry smile. More than an hour later, the clash outside the world stopped, and the steward received news that the Emperor would see him tomorrow. He nodded and waited. Human Emperor Palace, back garden, a woman wearing black armor with two sides on her side appeared. She had short hair, a scar above her left eye, and a serious expression. As soon as she appeared, the armor on her disappeared, and she immediately began to close the bleeding wounds. I knew you would be here, suddenly said a melodious voice. The Demon Suppression Emperor smiled wryly before turning her head. I just don't want you to see me in this state, he said, looking at the beautiful woman dressed in a flowering blue hanfu, displaying a youthful spirit that was truly mesmerizing. The Demon Suppression Emperor's heart immediately skipped a beat as she saw those big, lively eyes looking directly at her. Although no words were said, they convey a million emotions. All right, I apologize. I promise I won't hide anything from you anymore. She approached her other half and embraced her. In that short conversation, the Demon Suppression Emperor had healed all her injuries. She looked like she did. You keep saying that, but never keep your words. With our new visitors, our situation should change for the better, explained the Demon Suppression Emperor. So, probably won't have to fight with my life on the line constantly. That's good, replied Hua Shui, and the Demon Suppression Emperor smiled. She held her in his hand before giving her a passionate kiss. Don't. We are in the garden, and someone might see us, said Hua Shui in a meek voice. So, what? Declared the Demon Suppression Emperor in a dominating voice. You're my Empress, so it's my privacy what I do with you. Okay, stop playing around, said Hua Shui with a red face. We have people waiting. You should prepare. You're right, said the Demon Suppression Emperor as she watched the angelic woman walk away, her eyes full of longing. She exhaled deeply before walking toward the throne. As the human emperor of this world, she holds the burden of protecting the human race, so she has a lot of work to do. Soon, she arrived at her throne with countless ministers waiting for her. She ignored the countless chants of praise and walked directly onto the throne. Your Majesty, how is the situation? I have repelled the Blue Phoenix Empress, but that's only temporary, grunted the Demon Suppression Emperor. She thought after surviving thousands of assassinations, fighting in the final battle, and being lucky enough to become an eternal, the human race's plight was over. But she was wrong. The cleaning up of the demon supremacy world was easy at first. Their civilization was destroyed, and despite its resurgence after recondensing their race's chi luck, they were nothing compared to the past. Furthermore, she was an eternal emperor. Unfortunately, when she began the process of cleaning up the lower realm, a foreign eternal emperor from the demon race attacked her. She knew something. People contacted foreigners out of desperation. After coming into contact with the endless void, the Demon Suppression Emperor truly realized the plight of their world. Such a weak heaven-will world was a feast for any heaven-will world, especially during this time of the year when all great emperors were still in the lower dimension. Luckily, the foreign demon emperor desired the world for herself. Otherwise, countless foreign planes would invade, kill the natives, and enslave them to mine resources. These people would tear apart heavenly Tao to absorb the world's source and increase their strength. As you know, Our situation is dire. Once the news is leaked, our world might turn into a situation even worse than before, announced the Demon Suppression Emperor, increasing the tension in the world. All the people in the room survived from that time of turmoil and knew how terrible the status of the human race was before the rise of the human emperor. So, what is our next step? The arrival of these foreigners may be our only hope, said the Demon Suppression Emperor. But how do we know they won't treat us the same way as the other planes? Asked a minister. Lord Lord Wang Wei, was recognized by us as one of the human race's heroes and founders. There is no need to doubt his motive. That is a childish thing to say. Who knows if he has changed since then? You see, he did not even give us his real name. Are you questioning our heroes? The one who brought hope and salvation to this world. Your words are too much. I'm just saying to be cautious. Plus, you're the one who stepped out of line. He might have given us hope, but the human emperor truly brought salvation to our people. I didn't mean it like that. How do I know what you mean? Enough, said the Demon Suppression Emperor before looking at his chancellor. This man was known for his wisdom, so he might be able to bring some perspective to the situation. Chancellor, what do you think? So far, it seemed promising to be associated with the foreigners, replied Chancellor Ko. Oh, why do you say that? The ambassador should understand the plight and value of our world. Even better, based on the information we know about Lord Wang Wei, he's a man of unparalleled wisdom. So, he should be able to deduce the current state of our world. Yet, despite this, no one came to attack or invade us. Instead, he sent an ambassador to contact us. This peaceful approach is at least a sign of respect and no hostility. You have a point, nodded the Demon Suppression Emperor, and the room became quiet for a few minutes as she pondered. Finally, she looked at the Taoist Greenheart. Teacher, you've met with the ambassador. Did you find any information for their visit? He has hinted to me that he's here for an alliance. However, he also hinted that things were not simple, but he refused to reveal any more information. Something more? Could something have happened to Lord Wang Wei in his world, and he needs our help instead? Unlikely. Taoist Greenheart shook his head. From the way he spoke to Lord Wang Wei, I can sense great awe and reverence. With the ambassador's strength, it's easy to deduce the latter's accomplishments. That's good, replied the Demon Suppression Emperor, feeling reassured. Their world was already in trouble, so they had no way to help others. Of course, she owed Lord Wang Wei a great deal of karma, so she would help if the situation were really necessary. If we become allies with another world, what is essential to us that we must ensure no matter what? The Demon Suppression Emperor looked at the Chancellor. Our sovereignty, replied the latter without hesitation. No matter what, we cannot allow foreign worlds to have any political and militaristic power in our world. We can trade rare resources, fight together, and even sacrifice some of our interests, but we will not give up our sovereignty. Well said, praised the Demon Suppression Emperor. The human race has suffered for too long without any power or authority, so they will not give up on these things no matter what. Let's discuss how to treat our guests for tomorrow. The court meeting continued. Inside a room in the palace. Interesting, said the steward, with a screen before him showing everything that was going on in the meeting. Based on this meeting, he already knew how to properly negotiate tomorrow and get the most benefit for his plane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995 Potential. The steward walked into the room with countless eyes on him. He bowed politely to the Demon Suppression Emperor, showing the proper respect and etiquette. His actions elicited a smile from almost everyone in the room. The steward remained calm during the entire ordeal. He understood that because of this world's history, they value things like respect and dignity more than others. So, if his actions could facilitate a better negotiation situation, why not do it? Welcome, fellow ambassador, said the Demon Suppression Emperor. Lord Wang Wei was a benefactor, someone we admire dearly for what he has done for us. So, since you're here on his behalf, we will also treat you with the utmost honor. Thank you, your majesty, for your kind reception, replied the steward. As long as you feel welcome, she nodded. Now let's get down to business. Can you tell me the reason for your visit? Is our benefactor in trouble of some kind and needs our help? If so, please do not hesitate to tell us. We, humans, pride ourselves in our benevolence and righteousness. So, if you need anything, feel free to ask. I appreciate your kindness, but this is not the reason for my unannounced visit, replied the steward. My secmaster would like to see you. Last night, the steward realized Wang Wei's fame and glory in this world, so he decided the latter showing up would be the best way to negotiate. Our benefactor is coming here? When? Right now is fine. The demon Suppression Emperor frowned. She secretly used her divine sense to scan the entire world and outside of this world, but she did not detect anything. Afterward, she secretly communicated with Chancellor Ku. In that case, let us prepare to receive him with the utmost honor. The demon Suppression Emperor waved her hand to create a second throne opposite her. A few ministers frowned at this action, but did not say anything. A few minutes later, everything was ready. We're ready. The steward nodded before uttering, Secmaster, you can show up. As soon as his words finished, someone was standing in the room. No one knew how he appeared. It was as if he was here long ago. All the ministers held their breath, as every ounce of their being warned them that this was a scary being and should display the utmost respect, even when saying his name. Wang Wei garnered everyone's attention, but his eyes did not focus on too many people in the room. He first looked at the Taoist Greenheart. It's been a long time, fellow Taoist. Lord, your Majesty, it has indeed been a while. What about the others? I'm the only one left. That's unfortunate, uttered Wang Wei before finally focusing on the demon Suppression Emperor. Luckily, all my hard work was not for nothing. Benefactor, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the human emperor, who forcefully controlled the shock and fear in her heart. Likewise, nodded Wang Wei. How may I address you? My title is the Demon Suppression Emperor, but you can call me by my name, Honghua. Hong? That's a beautiful name. Thank you, replied Honghua before motioning for Wang Wei to sit down opposite her. The latter had a natural feeling as if he could blend into any environment. No, he's not blending into the environment. The environment is changing to fit him, analyzed Honghua. While she was observing and analyzing Wang Wei, the latter was doing the same. An eternal emperor, but barely one similar to Emperor Kong. She most likely receives a boost from heavenly Tao and the manifestation of human destiny and suffering. His eyes seemed to contain all the truth in the universe, and for a moment, Honghua felt naked, as if all her secrets were seen through. The cultivation world is still primarily patriarchal, so it should not be easy for her to lead the human race while being a woman. This could also explain her title along with other things. Wang Wei glanced at the two weapons next to her. Her one-fold strength is probably because of these two weapons. When fighting against the Demon Emperor, she might have no trouble surviving against someone with two-fold strength. Despite how weak the Demon Suppression Emperor was, Wang Wei did not belittle her as he understood her circumstance. The former Demon Supremacy world did not have the ground to cultivate any powerful Eternal Emperor. The fact she was an Eternal was a miracle in itself, most likely a last resort attempt of heavenly Tao to change the world and not allow it to return to the backward step when the demon race reigned over. Plus, she has potential, he concluded. Honghua held the karmic position of human emperor. After making the human race the protagonist of the world, it was the perfect time to acquire that position and ensure the peace and prosperity of the world. Her situation was similar to the human emperor from the Myriad Emperor world, except she did not have to manufacture the situation to get the position and was just born at the right time and place. Once she also acquires the position of Heavenly Emperor, her potential will skyrocket with these two karmic positions. Is she about to become the Qin Emperor's competitor? Wang Wei secretly smiled as he knew this was not possible. The three karmic positions of Human, Earth, and Heaven Emperor do not belong to one race, and only one person holds it. The Qin Emperor was the official owner of the human emperor position, and Hong was positioned in the lower dimension is more of a branch, not the main one. It's the same for Wang Wei's heavenly emperor position, unless he can acquire it in the upper dimension and have it acknowledged by true heavenly Tao. I want to reiterate again how honored I feel to meet you, said Hong Hua after seeing her guest was well situated. I accept your praise, but there is no need to put me on a pedestal, said Wang Wei calmly. Back then, the young master of the Hell Tiger clan offended me, so I came here to eliminate him. Although my actions were also guided by the misery of the human race in this world, my primary goal was still revenge and eliminating a potential threat. Hong Hua nodded. Her teachers told her the truth, so she was not surprised. Regardless of your motive, it does not change the fact you've saved us from a terrible fate. Wang Wei calmly accepted her gratitude before getting to the topic at hand. I came here because of a recent change that is about to occur in the endless void. Before the chaos begins, I want to gather some trustworthy allies. Wang Wei explained the situation with the Heavenly Emperor, including its creation and spread, and a need for their alliance. Hong Hua was immediately excited after hearing everything. Her instinct warned her that the Heavenly Emperor position was very important to her. She almost immediately agreed to the alliance request. Luckily, Chancellor Ku coughed in time to remind her to control herself. If you have any concerns, you can address them, reassured Wang Wei. We do have some questions. How do I put this? Hong was slightly awkward. Normally, she was valiant and heroic, but the previous excitement and Wang Wei's strength messed up her mind a little. If you're worried about me influencing your court, don't be. You will decide all the positions. However, I do ask you to leave a small position for my ambassador, and I will do the same for yours. That's good, she nodded in relief. Another is regarding the situation of our world. She knew their world would become even more valuable after establishing the court. Everyone would want a bit out of a world without immortal sovereigns, a few immortals, an insurgent, and the precious position of the heavenly court. I know your situation, and I will help, replied Wang Wei. But you should understand that you need to be able to pull your weight in this alliance. Understand, our human race has always been about self-improvement and self-reliance. We only need an opportunity, quickly replied Hong Hua. Very well, nodded Wang Wei. So, this is what I'm going to do. I will seal this world, preventing any outsiders from entering. I will also place a time acceleration formation around the entire world, giving you enough time to become stronger and develop your world. The seal won't last long, but I hope by the time it's removed, you have become a worthy partner of this alliance. Hong Hua was shocked, and all she could think about was whether he could do such a thing. Pardon me for intervening, said Chancellor Ku, who stepped up. I don't mean to be rude, but how much should we be reassured by that seal? I won't say no one can enter, but the number of people capable of breaking through it in the lower dimension can only be counted on one finger. Chancellor Kest's lips twitched, and he almost wanted to say this man was a liar. However, his intuition and the aura he felt from Wang Wei were telling him it was true. That's excellent news. Can we leave the seal before it expires? Yes, you won't be protected outside of it, replied Wang Wei, and the Chancellor was all right with this result. Although the lower realm will probably suffer in the meantime, it won't be an issue once the human emperor increases her strength along with the entire world. There won't be any problem accessing the source chi space? He asked, wanting confirmation. No problem. That's all I wanted to know. He bowed politely before stepping back amongst the crowds of ministers. Tao of Wisdom, an interesting Tao, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this chancellor. He removed his gaze and looked toward Hong Hua. The world is about to enter an age of chaos and prosperity. Your world is naturally weak, which is both a downside and an opportunity, declared Wang Wei. If the world were not so weak, it would not be so easy for someone of Hong with strength to establish the heavenly court. I understand, she said, and Wang Wei chatted with her briefly before disappearing. The next step was signing the contract for the alliance and the details. Once everything is finished, Wang Wei's power that he left will be activated, placing the seal and formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996, What is your choice? Wang Wei opened his eyes in the heavenly court. The first step of the alliance has been established. Next, people like Shi Qian and Shi Shangyan should be excellent allies. He muttered to himself before waving his hand, and a screen appeared before him. The screen was dark for a few seconds before a young man manifested above. I thought you had forgotten about our deal. I'm a man of my word. Since I said I would help, then I won't go back on my mind. Wang Wei glanced at Liang Shixian opposite him. The latter appeared not to have changed since their last encounter during Gu Xian's deception trial. However, he could see signs of tiredness and worries hidden behind the latter's body language and micro-expressions. So, have you created the new path? He asked excitedly. No, I've only set up the first stage. Oh, I thought it was finally completed. No, I just wanted to reassure you that I wouldn't break my words. It's okay. Remember to contact me when you're finished. Wang Wei nodded before closing the communication. Trouble amongst the divine race? After thinking about it for a while, he realized such a situation was inevitable. After Feng Heng removed the absolute beginning magic that targeted faith in the divine race, their next step should be to return to the world. However, they've been isolated for so long that they no longer have a homeland. Scattering themselves to multiple world communities will drastically weaken their power, and Wang Wei guessed some elders or people in power do not want this to happen. If remember correctly, there was internal fighting amongst them between the younger and older generation. Things should have escalated by now. He shook his head as he did not care about the trouble of their race. Wang Wei waved his hand to send multiple talismans that rushed to different corners of the world. He walked out of his room, looking at the mostly empty court. He raised his eyes to glance at the universe above. After his visit to the Star Beast world, he created a starry sky universe as a decoration for the heavenly court, making it more beautiful than it used to be. As such, the stars are extremely elegant at night. He soon arrived at a pool in the court and began fishing. A few minutes later, 6 people showed up. Lin Fan, Jian Wushuang, Zhen Biyu, Jingwu Hua, Yang Wei, and in general everyone looked at each other and guessed the criteria for being summoned. Wang Wei raised his head to look at these people across the pond. With a glance, he could feel the myriad of emotions they were experiencing: awe, respect, fear, regret, and shame. Wait a while, since not everyone is here yet, commanded Wang Wei before a portal appeared before him, floating above the lake. Where is Xiao Sang's body? Ao Shan was shocked at first before swiftly composing himself. Without hesitation, he took out a decrepit body that was on the verge of collapsing. The Baishi clan did not want anything to do with him, so I had to keep him alive in this state. Wang Wei did not comment on Ao Shan's words. With the latter's strength, it should not be a problem to heal Xiao Songshi. However, since his command was only to keep the latter alive, he had technically fulfilled his promise. Xiao Song's body flew out of the portal before closing. Wang Wei pointed at him, and the Tao of life and death began to work its magic. In a few seconds, his body returned to its peak state, including his damaged bloodline source. Xiao Songshi was groggy and disoriented, not knowing his surroundings. However, before he could have time to acclimate, a large amount of information about the world's changes appeared in his mind. Wang Wei left everybody's side, while still in a daze, as he continued his work. He pointed forward, and a projection manifested as the 8 individuals appeared. However, he soon sensed a terrifying killing intent and looked at the source. Lin Fan, who was the weakest here with his divine altar cultivation, looked at Suya with a passion that could burn the world. "Where am I?" asked Suya, looking at her surroundings as her natural black hair floated with the wind. "You're still sealed, but I've summoned your consciousness." She looked at him, perplexed for a moment. "So, you were the final winner?" "Yes, but a lot more has happened since then," explained Wang Wei before transmitting a lot of information about recent events in her mind. "So, That's how it is, she muttered as her hair turned into a beautiful rainbow. She glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes calm and composed, almost indifferent. Finally, her gaze shifted back to Wang Wei, waiting for him to continue. I've summoned all of you to give you an opportunity. Well, it should be described more as a choice. He paused as he felt these people's bodies tense. He knew some of them probably thought he summoned them here to eliminate future competitors for the Dao opening sect. I will give you a chance to prove the Dao in this generation. Everyone quieted down, not knowing whether this was a joke or not. Logically speaking, someone of the heavenly emperors standing should not make such a joke, but they could not feel this was true. Your Majesty, is this true? Asked Jian Wushuang, the first to respond. He remembered the words of his ancestors that he might have a chance in this generation. He finally knew what the latter meant. Yes, but you said this was a choice. What do you mean? Asked Lin Fan. There is no free launch in this world. You must pay a price if you want to use my method. Everyone's guard that was lowered immediately reached the highest point. Such a word was ominous, especially coming from him. Can you not act like these old people and tell us things directly? Said Suya, almost rolling his eyes. Wang Wei smiled in return. It was rare to see someone not care about his status and speak to him like this. She seems to have not accepted his status yet, so her mind is still young and reckless. What do you know about the upper dimension? No one said anything. Although they knew some information, it was not nearly enough to be considered knowledgeable. As you can imagine, it's a vast world where the limit of cultivation is not the Emperor realm. However, 9 people have usurped control of everything, going as far as preventing others from reaching higher realms. Some people frowned as this was bad news for them. In the stage of their cultivation journey, they also began to look at higher realms and greater accomplishments. The situation is complex, but you have to know that 7 of them are the main antagonists. They're the main ones responsible for blocking everybody's path. Excuse me, Your Majesty, said Lin Fan. Honestly, your information does not add up. We're our ancestors who ascended. They just allowed these people to usurp the entire world? Unfortunately, a prior massive event killed all of them or forced them to stay in limbo, unable to revive themselves. Their faces changed. The upper dimension ancestors should be their backers for when they ascend. They know very well the importance of a powerful background in the cultivation world. Like I said, the situation is complicated and I don't know much, explained Wang Wei, a mediocre attempt at reassuring them. So, do we come into this equation? Asked Zhun Bai. Based on my few words, you can tell the complexity of the upper dimension. So, how could the people allow themselves to be oppressed without fighting back? There is a rebellion? Asked Suya. Yes, and I have come to an agreement with them. You will ascend, and they will provide you with a heaven will. In return, you have to fight and support their cause. No one said anything, as this news required time to process and analyze. More than 5 minutes later, Zhan Biu asked the first question, does the upper dimension have heaven will that can be exchanged like a commodity? Yes, it's much easier to prove the Tao there than here. What about our factions? What should we do about them? Asked Lin Fan. Do you mean the one here or up there? Both. These people fear the revival of our ancestors, so the situation of our factions up there is not the best, so it's best to avoid them or only contact them secretly, explained Wang Wei. As for the one in the lower dimension, I have made a deal with true heavenly Tao. You can descend briefly to preach and leave an emperor artifact and array for your respective faction. As for things like Immortal Mansion and Grand Dao Source Seed, you can send them later, but there will be a limit. Everyone had different thoughts once they understood the situation. The majority favored this outcome. Only they know how painful it is to see their peers rise to such a level of strength and status. And the worst part is they cannot show any dissatisfaction and accept their failures and weaknesses. I want to know what's on it for you? Asked Suya. These people are blocking my path to pursue the Tao. I'm sending you early to pave the way for when I ascend. With your talents, once given the opportunity to shine, it should not cause them major problems. Then, when I arrive, I can use the building blocks you've established to end their reign. So he did not entirely believe these words. He guessed these guys must have received some benefits. Most likely, he was the one who sold them in the first place. She rolled her eyes. So, we are just the opening, and you're the main show. Hey, if you can deal with them and ensure I don't have to do anything, I would be more than happy. No one said anything. Despite their defeat and accepting they were inferior to the current Wang Wei, that was only because of the missed opportunity. If they were allowed to stand on the same level as him, none would readily admit they were inferior. After all, they had long understood that one defeat did not mean everything, and being ahead in the game did not indicate that it was over. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw their reactions. Geniuses were naturally prideful, so how could they readily admit defeat? With such a mindset, not being present to breathe above their heads, they should work hard to change the situation of the upper dimension. He did not believe these people would remain loyal to the revolution. However, his goal will be achieved as long as they see the parasites as the enemy. So what's your choice? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 997. Another battle? I accept, said Jin directly, focusing all eyes on him. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you would be one of the people I needed to convince, said Wang Wei. I have reached the limit in the body refining path. If I want an opportunity to grow and improve, I will not hesitate to take it. Wang Wei understood. Jin was unlike him in that his body refining path still had plenty of potential to tap. In Jin's current situation, progress must be extremely difficult and slow, so he did not hesitate after receiving this opportunity. As for his obsession with creating the best body refining technique and defeating the desolate emperor, to Jin, ascending to the upper dimension and accessing their resources was the perfect step to achieve his goal. I'm glad you can make this choice. I still have some worries, added Jin. I walk the path of pure body refining. Will that be a problem? No, on the contrary, with your talent, it will make you more valuable. Can I ask why? Pure body refiners have a short lifespan, but it's in exchange for a rapid cultivation rate. If a pure body refiner is talented enough and has enough resources, they can quickly open the gate of power and reach a cultivation level compared to Empyreans. The next cultivation realm. Most people do not have the talent, so they died of old age before opening the gate. However, with your talent, as long as you can convince the revolution to sponsor the resources you need, or maybe secretly get it from your sect in the upper dimension, you can quickly become one of the most powerful people in the revolution. Is that so? Muttered Jin, feeling his decision was correct. Wang Wei saw his reactions and swiftly warned him, you should be careful. As I said, Empyreans are the core of this movement, so not everyone is willing to see foreigners become so powerful so quickly. So, you should consider the political aspect of this movement. I understand. Jin was not stupid, so he understood not to trust these people too much since they were mainly in a cooperative relationship. He also understood the concept of not putting all his eggs in one basket. I also accept, said Jian Wushuang, and Wang Wei looked at how excited he was and secretly smiled. He understood the main source of his excitement, his father's new sword path. Jian Wushuang probably thought he might have a chance to acquire the destiny for this new path and spread it in the upper dimension, taking advantage of Wang Wei and Wang Tian's absence. This guy is too naive, analyzed Wang Wei. The current situation of the upper dimension left no room for such improvement. Furthermore, spreading the ultimate sword path in the upper dimension was 1,000 times harder. Countless swordsmen have followed the extreme sword path for millions of yuan epochs, if not more. How could these people easily abandon their path, which is part of their core spiritual beliefs? Even if it were abundant to them that this new path was the trend of heaven and earth and the best of the two, these paragons, who disdained all things in the universe, would rather destroy the world than accept they were wrong. In the mindset of these people, they were correct and heaven and earth were wrong. Since that was the case, they'll change heaven and earth. Without the proper strength and terrifying background, the only fate awaiting Jian Wushuang is death. Of course, Wang Wei does not know how powerful the sword-casting villa is in the upper dimension, so he cannot comment on this aspect. However, he knew it was futile for the current Jian Wushuang to spread this new path, even if he became an eternal emperor. "I also accept the offer," said Jing Wuhua. This was the perfect opportunity to see and help his father. "Are you sure? Your father might prefer it if you stayed in the lower dimension?" asked Wang Wei. "I'm sure. What about you?" asked Wang Wei, looking at Yang Wei. "I don't know what to do." "Your situation is indeed special," nodded Wang Wei. All accounts showed Yang Wei's father, the 9 sons emperors, had succumbed to the parasites. Maybe the latter is just pretending, but there is no proof of that yet. So, the revolution will have reservations about training him. Plus, it did not help that he did not have a high background in the upper dimension. "I will give them my words to reassure them. However, you should understand your fate if you make me break my words." Yang Wei's body trembled as he immediately knelt. "I promise not to humiliate you." Wang Wei nodded. He controlled the source of karma, so Yang Wei's words were enough for a binding contract. If the latter truly betrayed them, the revolution does not need to do something, and he will suffer. "You can get up." Wang Wei needed to use Yang Wei to find his father. His grandfather's Dao heart still needs to be completed. "What about the rest of you?" "I agree," replied Xiao Songshi blandly. After losing his battle, the Baishi clan abandons him, resulting in his mother and sister almost dying. "But I also have a request." Wang Wei motioned for him to continue. "Please take care of my family for me. Once I return, I will repay my gratitude to His Majesty." "That's fine," nodded Wang Wei, and Xiao Songshi felt relieved. Crazy light flashed in his eyes as he became more somber. Wang Wei glanced at him before focusing on the others. "I accept the offer," said Jin Biyu. Her enemy was in the upper dimension, which was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Emperor Five-Heart Shadow and sublimate her Dao heart to the highest level. Then, there's also the unique weapon in the latter's hands. She also wants it. "That only leaves you 2, said Wang Wei, and Lin Fan side-glanced at Suya. "I accept the offer, but must also discuss it with my family first." "That's fine, but you won't have much time," nodded Wang Wei before focusing on Suya. "I'm sorry, but I have to reject. Can I ask why?" "I want to sit on your throne and be praised by all sentient beings as the Heavenly Emperor," replied Suya truthfully. Everyone looked at her, but they understood her choice. Many of them previously hesitated for the same reason, but ultimately decided that the position of Heavenly Emperor was the legacy of Wang Wei, their former competitor. If they compete for it in future generations, they will forever have his success, accomplishment, and stigma lording over their heads. So, the best way to continue remaining peers and competitors is to start over somewhere else before restarting their rivalry. "That's a bold, ambitious, and yet understandable choice," uttered Wang Wei. Unlike most of the others, Suya had already given up in this generation, so she was not as affected by the competition. As such, he understood her choice. Jian Wushuang was similar to her, but he woke up early and saw the final battle. Adding to his misguided ambitions, he made the same choice as the others. "Are you sure about this? You are now a mortal enemy of Lin Fan. By the time you ascend, who knows how powerful he will be? Aren't you worried he will take revenge?" asked Wang Wei with a smile. "I'm not. And why is that?" "Background," she replied. "No matter how talented Emperor Kong was, I do not believe his foundation in the upper dimension is better than my Moon Palace in such a short period. So, when I ascend, I can rely on my seniors for protection." Lin Fan clenched his hands after hearing this, but Wang Wei laughed out loud. "You have a point, but I think you've underestimated Emperor Kong's abilities," said Wang Wei with a weird smile. Lin Fan saw hope while Suya frowned slightly. Does this guy know something? However, Suya did not focus too much on this aspect. She abides by her choice and remains confident in her ancestors. "I respect your choice," nodded Wang Wei as he waved his hand and she disappeared. "As for the rest of you, Be prepared for my call, and always be in the best state." Wang Wei was about to end this meeting when someone else had something to say. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion," suddenly added Lin Fan. "What is it? How about a battle between us before we ascend? A small-scale heaven will battle, if you will." "That's not a bad idea," said Wang Wei. "Competition is the best way to push yourself to the limit. This method would also activate your luck and destiny, and even push it higher. We could also broadcast the battle to the world through the dream world, preparing people for the upcoming list competitions. How do you guys feel about this suggestion?" These people immediately agreed. Such a battle was the perfect farewell to the world and also the best way for them to stay in the best condition possible. "Excellent. You can leave to prepare. Once this battle finishes, I will send you to the upper dimension." Everyone immediately left. They needed to tell their factions about this development while also preparing for this upcoming battle. And I will not write this small heaven will battle except for 1 or 2 battles. However, I might not even write one of them. The previous volume almost killed me due to the stress of writing so many consecutive battles and thinking of so many techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998, Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. Another ambitious one," muttered Wang Wei as he shook his head. After the final battle, all of Dition's sleeper general died, while the others essentially became captives, except for Di Jiaying, who ran away. However, the latter immediately entered a cultivation retreat after running away and abandoning her king. Wang Wei did not immediately summon her to disturb her retreat, so after the meeting, he summoned her consciousness without affecting her retreat. However, as he expected before asking her, Di Jiaying refused his offer. Her reason was the same as Suya, so Wang Wei did not insist. Afterward, he walked to the court's training ground. He saw the Devil's Legions, but did not care about them. He came to see the busy Wu Ming, asking him if he wanted this opportunity. "This is not for me," replied Wu Ming directly. "Something told me it would be the case, but I still want to know why. My own priority is to ensure the Wu clan can prosper for as long as possible. And you can do that by proving the Tao," countered Wang Wei. "If it were a typical emperor, that would be fine. But the clan needs to establish the foundation for future prosperity. Leaving a single emperor foundation is not enough." Wu Ming knew what the clan needed, and a single emperor would not change much, especially since he knew his talent. According to his calculations, he would be lucky to become an eternal. So, the best course of action is for him to lay down the foundation for the Wu clan and the Origin Rune Palace, so that his descendants can cultivate a true heavenly emperor. With the connection and trust he has built with Wang Wei, his clan and faction will be protected and have access to plenty of opportunities to rise and prosper. He would lose a far greater chance if he left than having one great emperor. "I don't know whether I should praise your dedication or scorn your lack of personal ambitions," sighed Wang Wei. "How many people can give up immortality, not for more power, but for the rise of their family and clan?" Wu Ming. Wang Wei truly respected Wu Ming regardless of how people, the world, or history will see him. Wu Ming only smiled after hearing this. Ever since he heard what happened to his ancestor, he felt a sense of mission to revive the Wu clan. His dream or goal has always been to ensure the clan reach the potential or power they should have achieved had their ancestor been the one who proved the Tao and became the Array ancestor. In that case, you can continue your work. Tong Ruobing has agreed to help us finish the Totem Warrior, but don't be in a hurry to ask for help. Wu Ming nodded as he understood the implications. Do whatever is needed to reduce how much benefit Tong Ruobing will receive once the project is finished. Wang Wei left the room, gazing into the distance. It's time to activate Gao Buchan's chess piece. The promise of this opportunity is the best way to motivate the latter to act as the Tao opening sex torn in the battle spirit world. After all, benefit has always been the eternal theme of the cultivation world. Once she becomes a heavenly emperor, Gao Buqin and his battle artifact Villa will be crucial to hindering their power. Wang Wei sent the message to activate Gao Buqin, asking for the sect to send a protective detail back to the battle spirit world. He sent Desolate One, who has achieved eternal strength, to return to the battle artifact Villa. With talismans containing my power for emergencies, he should be fine, thought Wang Wei before returning to his cultivation room to continue his body training. The people in his world will be the first trial for the exchange. If this one is successful and everyone is happy, he will target the losers of the other heavenly worlds. Although he doubted there would be as many talents as the myriad emperor world, this generation is an ultimate glorious age, so eternal talents should appear everywhere in the lower dimension. And all these people are resources in his eyes. Emperor Enlightening Academy. So, that's the opportunity he wanted to give, sighed Su Shi. Are you sure about your choice? Yes. Not even tempted by the heavenly emperor position. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't. However, sitting in the position always felt like accepting he was better than us, becoming nothing but shadows in his brilliant light. I know that logically speaking, the chances of reaching his heights are minuscule, bordering on almost impossible, but I don't want to give up no matter how small the probability. I understand. No one who can call themselves heaven-chosen is not arrogant, full of ambitions, and has a state of mind to be the best at whatever they do. It's in their nature to look at despair and the impossible in the eyes and still challenge it. I will help you, she continued, but you must understand that this will not change things between us. You still have to make a choice. Lin Fan smiled wryly. From their sessions with Xian, he understood their situation resulted in a power imbalance in their relationship. He believes that proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor will alleviate the situation. At the very least, he will have more options. I understand, nodded Lin Fan. He had already made a choice, but was still hesitant. However, after proving the Tao, he thinks he will have a better chance of convincing her. Su Shi looked at him, but did not say anything. You don't have much time, so your incarnations do not have much time to grow. At this rate, you might fail, although a fail 9 extremity is still valuable. Lin Fan frowned as he took out 8 other orbs. His wife used her time Tao to find how Wang Wei cultivated his 9 extremity and recreated it by creating special worlds for her. Is there a solution? We have to use a more extreme measure, explained Su Shi. I will accelerate time to the fastest speed possible. However, you're still immortal, so there's a limit you can bear? Even with my protection. After absorbing the heaven will, even if your body has hidden problems, they will be fixed. However, don't expect to achieve a perfect 9 extremity foundation. Is there really to achieve perfection? Not in the moral realm. But you can later re-establish your foundation, but such an act is dangerous. And, I mean danger of death? Even for an eternal. I'm not afraid of death. Lin Fan only cared that there was a way. Su Shi looked at him with dilated pupils. Yes, why am I afraid of death and hesitant about re-establishing my foundation? Isn't it just death? After hearing his words, she removed her last bit of reservation and began to plan for her future. With how bleak things sound in the upper dimension, it's best to be as strong as possible. Despite this realization, Su Shi was not prepared to survive the death tribulation for reforging her foundation in the lower dimension. For such an event, it's best to have a senior and more powerful individual. For example, Emperor Kong, as her guide and protector. Considering the resources needed for this process, this line of thought was ideal. In that case, let's begin, announced Su Shi. Sword-casting Villa. You've made the right choice, but are you sure about your ambitions? Asked Jian Sha. I don't know much about the upper dimension, but I can guess how much more complex things are compared to here. Now that I've calmed down, I realize the severity of the situation. However, this is a great opportunity, one I'm not willing to pass on, replied Jian Wushuang. So, let's see how things are first after I ascend. Destinies can be fought for, but you must also bear certain destinies. Jian Wushuang knew he, alone, could not bear the weight of the ultimate sword path's destiny. However, It will be a completely different thing if he has the support of the sword-casting villa in the upper dimension. As long as you understand what you're getting yourselves into, I'm satisfied, nodded Jian Sha before discussing how to proceed. Body Dao Cave. Are you sure about your decision? Yes. No one has ever successfully passed the ancestors' trial. If you fail, only death awaits you. I'm ready, replied Ian General. If it were up to him, he would have accessed the trial long ago. Unfortunately, he was from an old era with little to no political power in this generation. If not for the recent development and the support of one of the ancestors, these people might never agree to open the trial for him. The trial has many levels, so although no one has ever completed it, the ones who passed, even one of them benefited immensely. With his talent, many believed he might be the first to pass all the trials successfully, and some did not want to see him succeed. As you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 999, Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 2. After Yang Wei returned to his clan, he did not reveal the truth about leaving for the upper dimension. He was unsure about his future, so he did not want to give his clan any false hope. So, he only told them about the mini-heaven will battle and that he would do a secret task for the Heavenly Emperor. Afterward, he prepared for the battle. During the previous one, he did not even have an opportunity to perform and show the world what he was capable of. He also hopes to change people's opinion of him after associating with these traitors for so long. Someone had a similar reaction to Yang Wei. Jingwu Hua. After returning to her clan, she did not say much about the deal. After the issue with the Emperor Bone, she had never truly trusted these people. So, she used some false excuse while also telling them about the battle. Meanwhile, Jingwu Hua focused on preparing for her ascension. She was finally able to see her father for a long time and even had the chance to help him. So, her performance cannot be as poor as the previous battle. I must prove the Tao and become an eternal. Only this way can I make Daddy proud and be able to help him, thought Jingwu Hua with firm eyes before concentrating on her cultivation. Great Yi Dynasty. Xiao Songshi had reunited with his family. He saw the white streak in his mother's hair and his sister's thin body. He reassured them by smiling, hugging, and telling them jokes. However, no one saw his hidden, trembling body. That night, according to the palace ladies, Xiao Songshi learned that his mother, the Empress Dowager, had the best sleep in a few centuries. Meanwhile, the princess did not have to take pills to calm down and forced herself to enter a meditating state and cultivate. Xiao Songshi walked to his cultivation room. After his disappearance, the Great Yi Dynasty was on the verge of collapsing. They would not have survived if not for the rise of the heavenly court and the new peace and order in the world. Under such a situation, he should have assembled his ministers and dealt with countless problems, but he did not care. After being alone, Xiao Songso no longer hid his anger as he destroyed everything in the room. Luckily, he activated the arrays to prevent his power or any sound from leaking. Baishi clan, you wait. I promise to eradicate you from this world, he said with gritted teeth. After this incident, he realized these people never treated him as one of their own despite his bloodline being purer than 99% of them. After his defeat, it did not matter he was once their patriarch. He was useless since he no longer had any benefit to give them. What a bunch of poor side people, he sneered. But it doesn't matter. After this opportunity, I will make all of you pay. He closed his eyes and began a retreat. He did not have much time, so it was pointless to waste in mindless anger. 5-element balance palace. Are you sure about your decision? Asked Purity One of the most powerful insurgents in the palace. He wore a green Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk while caressing his long beard. Yes, she has too much influence on my mind, so the quicker she is removed, the more reassured I will feel. That's fine. I'm sorry I could not help us get the Heavenly Emperor position, said Jinbiyu. It's okay. Let's just let nature take its course, and eventually, one of us will succeed, replied Purity One. Thank you for your trust. Go prepare. Ask me if you need anything. Jinbiyu entered a retreat to prepare for the upcoming events. Immediately after she left, a few more Taoist priests appeared behind Purity One. Are we sure she's trustworthy? Asked someone. We have all checked, so there should be no problem. Even so, since we chose to trust her, there is no point in hesitating, chimed in Star One. Plus, if she succeeds, we can return to the central continent. Everybody's eyes lit up. With their seventh emperor and one that is an eternal emperor, they can ignore the pressure of the Tai Profound Gate, return to the central continent, and fight for the leadership position of Taoism. Their factions have been waiting for that moment for too long. I still believe we should be more wary, warned the previous insurgent. Her main personality is very intelligent, added Purity One. If the news about the upper dimension is true, she should understand better than us the need for a powerful background. So, as long as she does not want to become a loose cultivator in such a politically charged and dangerous environment, there's no need to worry about extra things. Is it really good to rely on something like that for her loyalty? Why not? In this world, is there a bond more powerful than one based on sharing benefits? Origin Pill Dao Sect. Yi Lao caressed his temple as he sent all the sect elders away. Ever since the Expo, he had never had a moment of peace. Countless alchemists from his sect and the Alchemy Alliance have complained to him about the new cauldron. All of them had one problem: fear their status and power would be reduced. He tried to reassure these people that things would not be so extreme since the cauldron could not access their unique pill recipe. He also told them to adapt to the changing times, switching from production and focusing more on research and development. However, these alchemists wanted only one thing: the destruction or removal of the cauldron. But what can Yi Lao do about this? Could he walk up to the Heavenly Emperor and demand the latter to do his bidding? The worst part about this situation was that a few members of his own sect were asking that they terminate their alliance with the Dao Opening sect because of this event. Yi Lao has never been so angry in his life, wishing he could whip all these people. Can't these people not see the situation? Anyone associated with the Heavenly Emperor will rise and prosper, and only a terrible fate awaits anyone who stands in his way. I'm too old for this, complained Yi Lao. I should be enjoying my retirement. He exhaled deeply before looking in one direction. His eyes were filled with sadness, pity, and hope. He shook his head to concentrate before gathering the information from one of the hundreds of talismans before him. Yi Lao immediately frowned. Another bad news, he muttered. Fu Kaiyun was in retreat as he vowed to become the second person in the world to master immortal runes and refine an immortal pill. Yi Lao knew the consequences if the latter succeeded. The power he spent so much acquiring would be drastically weakened. In other words, Fu Kaiyun will make a comeback. With his talent, it's not impossible for him to succeed, thought Yi Lao, who immediately felt like a hot flame was under his butt. Sadly, his alchemy talent was nowhere near Fu Kaiyun, and he was stuck dealing with the sect's political matters. If only Chang'er could. He sighed while gazing in the distance for a moment. He focused on his work, wondering how he should act. His first instinct was to intervene in Fu Kaiyun's retreat, but he knew this was the worst method. The latter still had many supporters amongst the ancestors, and his actions could have severe consequences. Furthermore, Fu Kaiyun was most likely using the dream world for his retreat. Should I cut his funding? The simulation of immortal pills requires a great deal of dream coins, and Fu Kaiyun alone cannot provide such resources alone. However, after thinking about it, Yi Lao decided this tactic was also out of the question. Fu Kaiyun was still one of the best quasi-emperor tier alchemists in the world, so gathering more dream coins with his saved wealth, the support of a few ancestors, and refining pills for others was not a problem. More importantly, he did not want rumors that another internal strife was happening in the sect, thus ruining their reputation and chi luck. The best solution is for someone else to refine the pill before Fu Kaiyun. Only one person in the entire sect fits this description: his disciple, Lu Cheng. However, Yi Lao was lost in his mind for a few seconds. I should talk to him. He concentrated on his work. Luckily, not all news was terrible. The rise of Ho Shi in material alchemy brought many benefits to their sect, and will continue to do so if they play their cards correctly. So, he did not hesitate to assign more resources to her, including access to the sect's Empress scriptures, secret recipes, hidden trials, and lectures from powerful alchemists. Once he finished dealing with the sect's affairs, he rushed to his disciple's mountain to see if he could talk some sense into him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000 Experiment. Yi Lao walked into a dark and damp room. He saw his other disciple, Lan Ling, waiting at the entrance of one of the rooms. "How is he?" he asked, his steps becoming more brisk as he rushed over. "He's getting worse," she said, not hiding the worry in her eyes. "He's been in there for over a week and refused to see me." Yi Lao frowned as he noticed his apprentice's downward spiral ever since the Heavenly Emperor proved the Tao and crowned himself. Ever since that day, he became more reclusive, stopped paying attention to the sect's affairs, and only focused on refining pills. At first, Yi Lao did not pay much attention to this behavior since he knew Lu Cheng's goal. He believed it may not be a bad idea to give 100% of his focus on that pill. However, as time passed, as the latter received more news from the outside, his situation worsened at a speed observable to the naked eye. Then, things take a turn for the worse after hearing about Yan Liling's creation of the immortal rune system. "It was a bad idea to tell him the news," sighed Yi Lao, full of guilt and sadness. They had noticed Lu Cheng was very sensitive to any news related to the Heavenly Emperor. As such, they hesitated on whether to tell him the latest news. However, Yi Lao was worried about Fu Kaiyun and wanted his disciple to use his talent and quickly suppress the latter's resurrection of power. Sadly, his ambitions aggravated his disciple's situation. Yi Lao took a deep breath before walking into the room. He could not describe the emotions that blasted into his soul as he saw Lu Cheng's state. The young man was now extremely thin, with disheveled hair and burned clothes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept pulling his hair full of white streaks. Yi Lao knew that a cultivator's appearance sometimes relates to their state of mind. Some people age instantly after experiencing a terrible event, even when they have millions of years of lifespan. Not good. His Tao heart is almost non-existent, reaching the point he's going mad, thought Yi Lao as he rushed over. He forced a few pills down Lu Cheng's throat, but the latter only kept repeating the phrase, "Why me?" like he was a broken record. Yi Lao held his most proud disciple in his arm, and his heart ached as he saw how unresponsive the latter was. He shook Lu Cheng, hoping his mindless action could return some sense to the young man. Alas, his effort was futile. "It's my fault," Yi Lao muttered. His ambition and desire for power pushed his disciple over the edge. "Master, you should not blame yourself." Yi Lao stiffly turned his head to see Lan Ling looking at them, with uncontrollable tears dripping down her eyes. He secretly sighed. She placed his well-being above her, even in this situation. She was such a kind soul. Yi Lao fed Lu Cheng a potent sleeping pill before embracing Lan Ling and leaving the room. "Master, what should we do?" I don't know," replied Yi Lao, who was in fact lying. In this situation, only one person could help his disciple, and that person is the cause of his downfall. However, there's also a chance that his presence would escalate the situation and make it worse. Not to mention how he could justify asking the latter for help. "Master, if you have a way, don't hesitate." Yi Lao looked at her. Yes, although she was always quiet and unseen, she was also the most clever of all his disciples. It's just that her personality that hid her unique traits. "Langer, it's not that simple." Lan Ling sobbed even louder after hearing this. Yi Lao rushed over to reassure her. and he did not stop until more than half an hour later. "I should keep an eye on him," muttered Lan Ling after regaining her composure. "No need. Primordial chaos, primordial god world." A young man dressed in a black robe with flame patterns embroidered, long flowing black hair, perfectly chiseled jaw opened his purple eyes. His action immediately raised the temperature of this entire normal chaos world by a few degrees. All the top creatures of this world immediately knew that man had awakened for some reason, and this idea immediately made them feel scared. They hoped someone was not stupid enough to confront him. "Did something happen?" muttered the Flame Emperor. His intuition warned him something detrimental to his plans and success had happened. So, without hesitation, a gray flame composed of strings appeared in his pupil. "Huh," muttered the Flame Emperor as he discovered something. The danger of returning home has reduced exponentially. Did something happen to these two? He never dared return to his home because of the danger he always sensed. But now, his calculations tell him he won't have much issue as long as he remains low-key and hidden. The idea of returning home momentarily enticed the Flame Emperor. However, he shook his head after a few seconds. "There is no point in jumping into that pool of chaos when I have my own path to follow. However, it seems that I need to contact Lu Cheng." He grunted as he realized the danger of his action. The lower dimension was blocked, so contacting the latter will cost significantly. More importantly, his actions might alarm people he did not want to know of his existence. Is he worth it? However, he did not think for more than 10 seconds before deciding. The gray flame in his eyes danced for a moment before he took out an all-white pill and closed his eyes. The river of time appeared around him, and a few seconds later, the pill disappeared. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Origin Pill Dao Sect, an illusory Flame Emperor appeared in Lu Cheng's house. He immediately frowned after seeing the latter's state. He pointed at the sleeping Lu Cheng, awakening him from his slumber. "It's you," yelled Lu Cheng as a manic aura encapsulated him. However, another aura soon soothed his mood, returning to a calm atmosphere. "Have you calmed down?" asked the Flame Emperor. "Barely," gritted Lu Cheng, and the Flame Emperor said nothing. Instead, he paused as he looked around. A look of realization dawned on him. "So, you're in this terrible state because of him?" Lu Cheng said nothing for a few seconds. "Why didn't you choose him? Or better yet, that woman, his sister?" "He's not a pure alchemist, so he was removed. As for her..." The Flame Emperor remembered the little girl he saw after scanning the world. "She's indeed a talent, one I've seen only a few times in my life. However, her background is too complicated and I don't want complications." "So it's true. You chose me because I was an easier pawn to control," sneered Lu Cheng. He did not know where he had gained the courage to speak to this man like this, but he did not care. His life was falling apart, so he was fearless before his last moment. The Flame Emperor looked at him, disregarding his rude behavior and words. "You're overthinking things." "What does that mean? What is it you think I'm trying to achieve? Control me, make me your puppet, or kill me after refining the pill for you." "And why would I do that?" continued the Flame Emperor. "Because I've already proven the Tao, so the pill is useless to me. Maybe you lie about its true purpose." "Like I said, you're overthinking things," sighed the Flame Emperor. "I don't care about the pill. My purpose is the aftermath after this pill is refined." "I don't understand what you mean. It'll be more direct. I'm doing an experiment to gather information about something." "Don't ask what it is. You would not understand even if I told you. You're one of the many people I chose to help me with this experiment. Once you succeed, nothing will happen to you besides benefiting." Lu Cheng frowned. "Doesn't that mean I'm still a pawn in your experiment? You could see that way, or you could see it as a transaction. I gave you my inheritance, and you prospered because of it. Participating in the experiment is how you repay my karma." Lu Cheng's furrowed eyebrows relaxed. "Why don't you refine the pill yourself?" "I need information about a mortal refining the pill," said the Flame Emperor directly. "I see. muttered Lu Cheng. I still feel you should have chosen him, or someone else. The Flame Emperor shook his head, but did not say anything. He knew Wang Wei had a high chance of figuring out his plan, and once he knew, the Dao opening sect in the upper dimension would soon know. He was not willing to reveal that to anyone, let alone such a powerful faction. Even Lu Cheng's choice was risky because of his connection to the Pill ancestor. Any more questions? Happy 1000th chapter. Thanks for all the love and support. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001 Gifts No. That's all I wanted to know, stuttered Lu Cheng as the adrenaline in his brain faded out, and he realized how he was behaving before a great emperor. No, maybe a being even more supreme and noble than a great emperor. Sweat immediately fell down his back. There is no need to panic, reassured the Flame Emperor. Your Majesty, I apologize for my rude behavior. It's okay. The Flame Emperor did not blame him. He knew Lu Cheng was not a heaven chosen, so it was understandable his Dao heart and state of mind were subpar. Lu Cheng exhaled deeply after hearing this. However, soon, he felt awkward since he did not know what to say. I don't have much time, but I have a few things for you, continued the Flame Emperor. The first one is a piece of advice. I'm all ears. There is no need to live in Wang Wei's shadow. He did not live your life better than you. He merely showed you the hidden potential you had all along. Lu Cheng's torso involuntarily moved a few centimeters back after hearing these words. Is that true? I don't need to lie to you. True, he muttered, but he seemed in a daze. But the Flame Emperor did not stop. I have refined and updated the previous formula for the pill, and I will give it to you. I also added a bonus gift, and this one is for your Dao companion. Lu Cheng had a vast amount of knowledge, but he soon focused on how to raise the infatuation flower, also called the yin-yang love flower, to emperor grade. After the two acquired the flowers, he read all the information about them, including myths, legends, and rumors. So, Lu Cheng knew the implications behind these words when combined with the pill formula. The Flame Emperor raised his hand to condense a strange black and white flame that took the shape of a heart. This is the heart flame of samsara, one of the few things in the world that can heal damaged Dao heart and even temper it. After you refine it, your situation should be solved. The Flame Emperor did not fuse the flame to Lu Cheng's body, but let it float before him. Embarrassed, Lu Cheng immediately used his divine sense to send the flame into his sea of consciousness. I have updated the illusion formation so that you can do a more efficient simulation. I also include some of my understanding of alchemy inside, so you can take a look. Lu Cheng did not know what to say in this situation. This is my last gift for you, said the Flame Emperor as a black talisman manifested in his palm. The upper dimension is in chaos, and I doubt someone like you can survive the upcoming strife. So I advised you to activate this talisman, and it will send you and her somewhere safe. The Flame Emperor paused before saying, it would be best to activate it before you ascend. Why? There's a chance it might not work in the upper dimension. Is that so? Wait, is the upper dimension in chaos? What happened? Asked Lu Cheng. If you can refine that pill and prove the Dao, you can find out after asking him. If you fail, that won't concern you. Anyway, you only need to keep my words in mind and make your decision. Lu Cheng looked at the talisman, and his face turned red. I've received so much from you. How would I ever repay you? Like I said, you only need to refine that pill, replied the Flame Emperor calmly. I will do my best. That's all I ask for. Don't be too impatient or put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you fail, it will still help, said the Flame Emperor calmly before disappearing. Lu Cheng exhaled deeply before walking out. Close to the door, he heard a sobbing sound that made his heart ache. He wanted to rush to that sound, but an overwhelming amount of guilt rushed into his mind. He stood in place for what felt like an eternity. Then, he heard these words, and a rush of unknown determination traveled across his body. No need. Chung, husband. Lu Chung caught her in his arms, holding her tighter than he had ever done. I'm sorry for putting you through all of this. I promise things will be better from now on. As long as you're okay, she sobbed. Yi Lao sighed in relief as he patted his disciple on the shoulder. He knew everything would be okay from now on. Primordial God World. The Flame Emperor opened his eyes. What a pain. Lu Chung was lucky his value was worth all that trouble. The Flame Emperor checked the other worlds for all the candidates he chose. I cannot rely only on him. I need more candidates from main source chaos worlds. The recent development of his experiment made him realize he needed information specifically from main source chaos worlds, where the power limit is half-step transcendence. Sadly, this was harder to accomplish than stated. After the ultimate taboo, many of these worlds now have one or more half-step transcendence. Meanwhile, the ones who did not were constantly invaded by foreign worlds because of how valuable they had become. The situation made it difficult for the Flame Emperor to secretly enter these worlds and find mortals with enough talent and background to refine the pill. The Flame Emperor looked in the distance. With Lu Cheng's personality, he should activate the talisman, thus dealing with the issue of his meeting with the pill ancestor. He disdained going back on his words or killing Lu Cheng, so this was the best solution he could come up with. The Flame Emperor closed his eyes, and the world immediately returned to its peaceful state. Countless people sighed in relief, praying to the heavens. Nothing happened to them. Eternal Ascension World, Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang, who was still in his retreat room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt something and did not waste time secretly leaving the room, leaving behind a clone in case of an emergency. As soon as he left, he had turned into a skinny scholar full of righteous chi. Pei Lang twisted the space, allowing him to teleport a distance that may not be quantifiable by numbers. Still, even then, he did not immediately reach his destination and had to twist the space countless times. His destination was a secret realm still in the territory of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty. After checking for any problem, Pei Lang entered the dimension where he saw what was calling him out. A pure white pill. Is that an immortal heart pill? He could not hide the shock in his mind as he saw this Paragon-grade pill. This pill has always been rare and valuable in the Eternal Ascension world, even in the Golden Age, let alone in this terrible era. The pill's main purpose for its creation was to heal people during the immemorial tribulation when they were trying to become paragons. Later, it became a must-have healing pill for all paragons. Pei Lang could not control his excitement. He knew his tribulation wouldn't be simple with the existence of supreme unity. So, such a pill was precisely what he needed to deal with any situation. Calm down, he repeated in his mind. I'm about to make a breakthrough, and this rare pill appeared. Is this a trap or someone making a move? Using me? The chess piece? In this game, if it's the former, he has to refuse that pill. However, if it's the latter, Pei Lang does not mind being used as a chess piece, especially since there are such benefits. Pei Lang looked at the pill, deep in thought. His body suddenly changed into an elderly man dressed in sloppy clothes, looking like a beggar. He took out a tortoise shell and began divination. The result of his divination was this opportunity was due to his luck, but Pei Lang was not reassured. The only person that could 100% reassure me should be Mother Methreya, but it's impossible to contact her now. In that case, let's ask Old Man Tianji. He disappeared from the secret room while contacting his people. Old Man Tianji was not easily discovered. No one could find him if the latter wanted to hide. So, his actions are more to tell Old Man Tianji was looking for, hoping he was willing to see him. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei, who was doing push-ups inside his energy dominance room, suddenly stopped as he received a communication talisman from his Fate Shadow Guard. Surprisingly, the information was from the domestic branch. Lu Cheng has appeared, he thought. There wasn't much information, except that Lu Cheng appeared in the Origin Pill Dao sect after years of absence and neglect. According to the spy, Lu Cheng looked both terrible and in high spirits. Did something happen? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.